Voss should read YouTube commentators too, TBH. He gets like 5 to 10,000 per stream, but oh well. I can tell you're not a YouTube chatter, because every time I look in there, they scatter like cockroaches. What's up? Early? Yeah, we early. I can't believe the Olympics is happening. That's so cringe. Imagine caring. They put the flag over the poop river. Yo, again, yeah, didn't they already do the Olympics? Nice, Ben. The Olympics are a giant scam. Yeah, but saying it that way makes it sound corny. You can say everything is a giant scam. You know? Did they bring back naked wrestling? Nah, because they're pussies. You know? They won't do it. I don't mind the Olympics. I don't mind the Olympics conceptually. I mean, in practice, it's like a horrific institution, right? It's like FIFA. I'm not conceptually opposed to, soccer, apart from my stake against it as an American. But, you know, it's just, it's crazy how much corruption they get away with it, or they get away with. Football, you mean? Ha ha, we're not American. Ha ha. Our GDP per capita is like a third of the United States. Ha ha. Yeah. Kamala pledges to keep Biden's pledge, not raise taxes on those lower than 400K in income. You know what? Fuck it. Raise the taxes. Who gives a shit? The average Republican thinks that, like, Joe Biden has raised taxes on the lower and middle class. I'm serious. Go ask a Republican in your life. Has Biden raised taxes on your income bracket? Only ask this if they're like 400K a year or less. And they will say yes. They do think that. Who cares? Apparently, arsonists attacked French high-speed rail. That's nice. Arsonists attack French high-speed rail system hours before opening ceremonies at the Paris Olympics. The fires were predominantly set in pipes containing critical signaling systems for the system known as, critical signaling cables for the system known as the TGV. No reports of injuries. The damage would not affect the ceremony. Okay, well, you know, they tried their best. Wait, that could literally cause a huge crash and kill hundreds? Well, if they're cutting the signaling systems, in all likelihood, that would just shut the trains down, not cause a huge crash. They would be aware of the fact that the signals weren't making it through. It would be my guess, but, you know, who knows? What was the motive? I mean, they're French. Do they need a motive to protest? French authorities did not publicly comment on who might have carried out the attacks or why. Yeah, no one even cares, man. They're like, yeah. Whatever, dude. Whatever, man. Who cares? People are saying it was Russia. People say everything is Russia, even though a lot of it is. There's that one rapist Dutch guy who's allowed to compete. Oh, you mean the guy who raped a 12-year-old girl? And there was that Republican woman who was saying that, or the conservative lady who was like, yeah, he should be allowed to compete, but trans women shouldn't because they pose a threat to women. I guess she's kind of right in a way, because that rapist doesn't really pose a threat to women, right? It's almost certainly Russian inspired or organized. Like, why? Ah, yeah, this is what I saw. Paula Radcliffe says tighter transgender rules are needed to avoid manipulation. Athlete who raped 12-year-old British girl shouldn't be banned from the Olympics, Paula Radcliffe tells LBC. Yeah, that's about right. That tracks. What is this? Why'd you link this? Ottoman, why'd you link this? Who cares? No matter what the future hold, Andy Bashir says Kentucky is his home. Okay. If we start engaging in that level of knuckle-dragging political commentary, where we cover every tweet from every political candidate, then we're never getting out of here, man. It's over for us. Yeah, Obama has endorsed Kamala Harris a little later than everyone else, but, you know, I guess all his efforts at kingmaking are for naught. Everyone kind of got the jump on him, you know? The new Deadpool movie is a fun ride, but I hate it the more I think about it. Askers? You guys, is this like, are we doing like a thought log in chat today? I feel like everyone is just trying to not address the dolphin in the room. He really is an incredibly vulnerable pick, huh? Incredible stuff. Tegan Goddard's political wire. J.D. Vance was a mistake. Reports suggest Donald Trump had settled on North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum when his two sons, Don Jr. and Eric, went batshit crazy and insisted he choose Vance. How is this? What? Is there any confirmation of this, or am I literally looking at a poorly cropped phone screenshot of a random article that doesn't cite their source? How are we supposed to know this is true? I mean, it makes sense in that Don Jr. and Eric are both loser fail sons who probably, like, I don't know, browse MAGA Twitter and giggle along with whatever they see, and their like picks are probably like biased by their online engagement, you know? There were a lot of leaks about Don Jr. pushing for Vance. I heard that much. I don't know where this is going from. It feels spiritually true. I guess that's probably true. J.D. Vance has turned out to be a pretty horrific candidate, huh? In an election that might end up getting decided largely on Roe v. Wade, J.D. Vance fucking despises women. Like, he really, really, really hates women. Which, in fairness, that's kind of the conservative line. But I think there's a difference between old style kind of like chivalrous misogyny, where the traditional reactionary line on women has been that of a kind of like paternalistic protector, like, oh yeah, women can't do these things, but it's our job as men to complement that role, versus the modern day incel Republican base of actually just hating women. You know what I mean? Like, I think there's a very, very big difference between those things. Listen to this crap. Have we listened to this?
Saying is that we're effectively run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs, by a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made. And so
he's literally like the incel caucus representative. This is identical to the way they talk about women. You know, nobody else would defer to that kind of language. This was back when he was a senatorial candidate, but like, that's a wild thing to say, even if you were running as a Republican. Remember, the Republican line here is not supposed to be, we hate women. It's men and women are different and have different roles in society. That's like the official line. Now, in truth, believing that men and women are innately different and have different roles is functionally the same as hating women, because all the roles that women are meant to have are worse roles. roles that give them less power. And the reason they have those worse roles is because they're presumed to be less intelligent or capable or less able to handle stress or authority or whatever else. So there's not, like, in practice a meaningful difference, which is why so many, like, so-called chivalrous, paternalistic misogynists also end up being virulent, like, hateful misogynists, It's just kind of crazy to blur the line.
Want to make the rest of the country miserable too. And it's just a basic fact. You look at Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg, AOC, the entire future of the Democrats is controlled by people without children. And how does it make any sense that we've turned our country over to people who don't really have a direct stake in it?
He's actually defended this. I think, like, as recently as a few days ago, he defended the childless cat lady comment since it resurfaced and people were making fun of it. Because, again, like, he has very bad political instinct. Dude, there have been, like, a ton of leaks, man. They're not even leaks, really. It's just, the problem with JD Vance is that he's just like a guy who browses Poll, and he's gone on a bunch of shows and podcasts. You're not going to believe what came up recently, but here's him on the Charlie Kirk show saying that childless adults should pay more in taxes, even though childless adults objectively use fewer government benefits because they haven't made children.
I'll go back to something I said earlier about we need to reward the things that we think are good and punish the things that we think are bad. So you talk about tax policy. Let's tax the things that are bad and not tax the things that are good. If you're making $100,000, $400,000 a year, and you've got 3 kids, you should pay a different, lower tax rate than if you're making the same amount of money and you don't have any kids. It's that simple.
I totally agree.
I'll go back to
watch the backpedaling if that ever gets proposed, and it's like, oh, okay, gotcha. So the government should be actually giving money to single black women in the projects who have 8 kids, and they're like, whoa, hold on, we meant white people. We meant like an imaginary demographic of people who are white and upper class and have a lot of children, the demographic that doesn't exist. We were referring to that group. We weren't referring to we weren't gesturing at the demographic reality that poorer people tend to have more children, and a lot of poorer people are minorities. So these policies would objectively lead to a significant government subsidy for poor minority child rearing, which, from my perspective, fuck yeah, dude. Absolutely. I think that every poor single black mother should be given $1 million a year. That's my running. Give me Blorgia, okay? On my presidential run. I don't give a shit. Something tells me the JD Vance crew would not particularly care for that one. You think that one's bad? Okay. So this is just from today. Yesterday. This came yesterday. This is from, pardon me if I'm forgetting her name. Amy Therese, that anorexic looking Nazi girl with the blown out scene girl hair. You know what I'm talking about? The one who has the MySpace tier profile picture. You know what I'm talking about? Where she looks pale as a ghost? No? Fuck, can somebody find her account? You'll recognize her when you see her avatar. She's one of those post Red Scare Nazis who pretends to be left leaning but doesn't really anymore, The one that looks like she's a corpse? Yeah. Is she the one who actually does have anorexia, or is she just the one who looks like she has anorexia? This is like the Red Scare thing, where all of the women who grift off of the right-wing incel crowd invariably have cripplingly low self-esteem, and there's always something wrong with them, like medically, I can't keep them all straight, Also, women, am I right? Anyway, this is JD Vance on a random internet Nazis fucking podcast.
Okay, look, here's the situation. Let's say Roe versus Wade is overruled. Ohio bans abortion, in 2022 or 2024. And then, every day, George Soros sends a 747 to Columbus.
That's right.
Load.
George Soros. Oh, here we go. This one. You've seen her, right? You've seen this profile pic. There we go. Yeah. Red Bull, that's probably where she gets her calories from.
Load up disproportionately black women to get them to go have abortions in California.
Hold on. So he's on the podcast of a Twitter Nazi. Let's just break this down, okay? Real quick. Let's engage in some critical thinking and try to wonder, like, is this guy engaging in behavior becoming of a vice presidential candidate? 22 or 2000,
let's say 2024. And then, every day George Soros sends a 747 to Columbus to load up disproportionately black women to get them to go have abortions in California. And of course, the left will celebrate this as a victory for diversity. That's kind of creepy.
So again, it's literally just poll posting. Motherfucker is literally like just seamlessly imitating the rhetorical style and talking points of internet Nazis. That's it. It's only like the thinnest veneer painted over it to prevent it from just being like slur laden. It's not even a coherent point he's making. No, it's not. And there's a bunch of like additional jokey little dog whistle points thrown in there as well. Black women win for diversity, Soros, whatever else. And again, this is how internet Nazis talk. They don't own their points. They don't just straightforwardly make a point or a position, because so much of their arguments are couched in like Pepe posting, So much of what they have to say is like dropping dog whistles so obvious that everyone knows what they're doing. But when you say, hey, what do you mean by that? They get like, no, nothing, and they like pretend they're dancing around you playfully like a jester, when in reality they're just kind of like soiling themselves in the pool while everyone laughs. I imagine like he's only been the VP pick for a little bit, man. There's probably some really bad shit out there,
Health justice is when we exterminate working class black people.
Jesus Christ. Is that the lady? Is it possible for a voice to be anorexic?
Health justice is when we exterminate working class black people.
What the fuck? How is it possible for a voice to have no fat in it? Jesus Christ. Yeah, the voice needs more iron. You need calories to speak with me. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that that would be a really weird turn of events that could happen, yes.
And it's like, if that happens, do you need some...
Me when I'm on death's door. My last words to the Reaper. Sorry.
Federal response to prevent it from happening, because it's really creepy. And, I'm pretty sympathetic.
Anyway, regardless of the... I guess how funny like the rhetoric and the context of the situation is, the point that he's making is he wants essentially a federal ban not only on abortion but on the ability for people to travel between states to get an abortion. Again, please keep in mind, this is likely going to be a race decided by Roe v. Wade. This is an insane pick, dude. JD Vance was a fucking insane pick. Look at my man's favorability. This was linked a second ago. Thankfully, I've seen the clip before.
He does worse in his home region at minus 16 points than he does in the average of all polls, which is a minus 5-point net.
Minus 16 in his own region. In Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, Ohio, and Wisconsin. A minus 16 on favorability
rating. So the people who know him best, the region that knows him best, they like him even less than America likes him. And of course,
isn't this outdated? I mean, the polling was done in July 2024, so I can't speak to whether or not it's like a few days outdated, but
you pointed out again in that kind intro is he is historically unpopular for a VP nominee coming out of his first convention as the VP nominee.
All right, so let's specifically look at some former Republican presidential candidates. What do you see?
Yeah, you mentioned Sarah Palin. How about Dan Quayle as well? These are two folks who I think most people remember as not being particularly popular.
Oh my God, man. Palin was plus 26 after her pick. Palin, the candidate who went on to be like famous for dragging John McCain down. Imagine coming out of the convention 31 points down on Palin as a VP pick. Holy shit.
The amazing thing was, coming out of their conventions, they actually were pretty popular. Quayle with a plus 15-point net favorability rating. Sarah Palin with a plus 26-point net favorability rating. Again, Vance at minus 5 points is just off the charts and falling off the chart in the wrong direction. Not up above the chart, but down below the chart. The fact is, he is historically unpopular, even more so than VP nominees, who, of course, went on to infamy, at least in
Well, I mean, right. So you look at what
I'm not actually a Quayle head. I don't actually know that much about Quayle's, I guess, downfall. I don't know much of the lore on that one.
happened to those two and they plunged. You know, some may say, well, maybe there's nowhere to go but up for Vance, but in margins, that's not true. It can get worse.
It can get
I
definitely
just don't know
worse.
which way it will go. All right. So when this comes to the broader country, you talked about how the area that knows him best right now in the favorability likes him least, but undecided voters. That's what this is about.
Okay,
there are
this is the
more
part I
of them
saw.
than a lot of people care to admit.
Yeah.
And prior to the seismic shift in the race, many of them may have gone for Trump.
Could have.
Now, who knows what they're going to do? How does Vance play there?
He doesn't play well with them at all. His favorable rating is just 5%. Just 5%.
For undecided voters in the Harris-Trump matchup, only 5% find him favorable. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. That's it. I feel like you could find more Republicans who like Obama than 5%. Like, getting 5% of Americans to believe anything, only 5% is insane. This is fewer than the average number. This is a lower proportion than the number of people who know how to pilot nuclear submarines. I mean, my God. Jesus Christ. We love the incompetence of fascists. JD Vance is going to be kind of like what JD Vance is to like pull internet Nazism what Millet is to anarcho-capitalism, in that their time in the spotlight is going to be a like resounding denunciation of their viability and intelligence that will echo for decades down the line, that people will make fun of and point to and go, haha, didn't you guys get a shot? It's true, Republicans in 2016 actually approved of Obama 13%, according to Pew. 2.6 times as many Republicans approved of Obama than undecided voters, Vance.
Hold a favorable rating. 29% hold an unfavorable rating. That makes a net favorability rating of minus 24 points. That's worse than his net favorability ratings overall. The fact is, if undecided voters are going to make up their mind based upon J.D. Vance, they're going to make it and make the choice for Kamala Harris.
5% favorable?
5% favorable.
That's
Ever heard of
crazy.
anything like that?
I really haven't. There's still a lot of folks who are undetermined on him, but that 5% is not something I think is going to go on his wall of fame.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Then you've got the couch fucking stuff, which was made up, but who cares? You have the dolphin fucking stuff, where JD Vance posted a screenshot of a tweet about, and he said, like, maybe this is enough internet for one day. And it was a news article saying, like, here's a video of a woman, like, getting humped by a dolphin or whatever, except the woman and dolphin were bolded, meaning he searched woman, dolphin, and then found that tweet to screenshot, you know? And you know there's, like, worse stuff is going to come out. What I'm waiting for is, because he seems to be kind of stupid, I'm waiting for someone somehow tying him to, like, specific poll posts, okay? It's going to be, like, some Q drop shit, where he, like, the day that he got accepted as a senator, someone on poll was like, hey, listen, I'm an insider for the movement, and I'm currently in the Capitol building. I'm going to make it happen, poll bros, or whatever. And you're going to, like... How bad of a fuck up would it need to be for somebody to somehow get that link to him? Pretty bad. Is it possible? Yes. It's BGL's DC connection. Benjamin, we've sussed you out. Wait, what is this? Is this real? Okay, again, people are making stuff up left and right. I don't know if it's real. Is this real? No, there's no way this is real. This was before he was a senatorial candidate. Well, then again, it was pretty early on. He is kind of a moron. I don't know. Hold on. JD Vance tentacle. Yeah, I don't think this one is real. I'm sorry, guys. If it is real, it would be hysterical, but I don't think it's real. That was Kurt Eichenwald, not JD Vance. It's a meme. Kurt Eichenwald. Yeah. He barely won his Senate seat in fucking Ohio, underperformed top of his ticket by 16 points. It's so crazy why they pick him. Well, apparently because of Donald Trump's kids, you know? Like, you know, Donald Trump is like, I don't know. We can choose anyone. Just give me someone good. And Don Jr. and Eric are like, this guy's red pill. This guy's based. They're like Gen X, right? Don Jr. and they're not late millennial, are they? Or early millennial? Are they early millennial or are they Gen X? How online are those two? Don Jr. is almost 40. Wouldn't that make him early millennial? That's crazy. Doug Burgum would have been better. Anyone would have been better. I fucked up. Don Jr. is 46. Okay, that's Gen X. Float some. There's no need to spam. Did you see the Kamala launch ad? No. Would Trump drop Vance, or does that force him to admit he was wrong? Dropping Vance would probably cause so much internal kerfuffle that it wouldn't be worth it at this point. It's still crazy to me that they went with him, you know? Yeah, dropping Vance would make Trump look really, really, really weak. There's a huge difference between Biden withdrawing and Kamala stepping up and Vance being picked and then 2 weeks later being dropped, you know? Can they even drop him now? Honest to God, I don't know. I genuinely don't know, because at this point, having selected him in the convention, it's possible that within a lot of states, that Heritage Foundation pledge of you can't back out now might actually be true because he's been selected to the convention. I think he'd have to resign. Yeah, I don't know the specific. I don't know, like, yeah. There are a lot of specifics there that I've never looked into myself. You know, I want to look at stuff on JD Vance on Twitter, but it's literally all couch fucking memes, which is great, by the way. I'm happy for them. Here's him responding to the cat comment backlash. Yeah, like I said, motherfucker doubled down on it. It's crazy. Dude, there is no political bloc in this country that is in favor of attacks on childless cat ladies. That type of misogyny has always been reserved for private off-color remarks and like the incel crowd. There are lots of childless cat ladies of every demographic all around the world. There are lonely moms and grandmas. There are people like whose family members have died or whose kids have moved away. Like, no one actually likes this. This is, you know, it's not as partisan as comments about race or religion or whatever, because society is segmented along those lines, at least to some degree in some places. Whereas like every walk of life on earth has within it childless cat ladies. It's just not.
Obviously, it was a sarcastic comment. I've got nothing against cats. I've got nothing against dogs. I've got one dog at home, and I love him, Megan. But look, this is not. People are focusing so much on the sarcasm.
I like how he opens with an apology to cats. I have nothing against cats.
And not on the substance of what I actually said. And the substance of what I said, Megan, I'm sorry, it's true. It is true that.
Incredible. Incredible. Is the incel crowd even a voter demographic? Well, by incel crowd, I don't literally mean just people who post on like incel.me or whatever the fuck. I mean like people for whom like misogyny has metastasized into a kind of active hatred of women rather than a more passive, old worldly belief that women are merely inferior. Stupid. Who was the guy who posted this, or who got like the screenshots of this dropped? Who was the guy who was saying this? Adam Levine? They were roasting this motherfucker for being right. Like, you people aren't cringe when you're getting sent nudes by a baddie. You know? Everyone's, oh man, he's like enthusiastic about seeing a naked woman. Damn, man. I didn't realize that was against the law now in fucking woke America. You have to get sent, now when you get sent nudes, you have to be like, wow, didn't expect those from you. Looking good, though. Like a dispassionate motherfucker, like a fucking Blade Runner or whatever. Fuck you. Looking good. Would love to do stuff to that body. Fuck you. What's the point of life if you can't simp a little bit? Jesus Christ. All right. I know why I'm looking at chat like you guys are going to give me any gems on a subject like this. What if this pick was a long-term strategy by Trump to lose the election, claim interference poll, and get another larger January 6th? That's it, folks. The larger of a margin by which he loses at the ballot, the larger the crowd for January 6th too, you know? So he's planning to lose by a lot, so he can say, we've been rigged against very bigly this time, and then the crowd gets even larger, you know? Now there's no juice for another J6. I've got really bad news, man. There's definitely juice for another J6. I'm really sorry. If nothing, the only bit of good news, if they attempt it again, is that because Biden is the president right now and not Donald Trump, if there is another J6, Biden actually does have the authority to shut that shit down really effectively, you know? The president had, like, before Donald Trump was the president, now Biden is the president. He has an enormous amount of authority in, like, immediately handling security concerns. Can you imagine if they lose again and Donald Trump is like, on January 6th, we're going to have a rally by the Capitol, and like immediately Biden's like hitting the big red button that deploys the Lockheed Martin mech armor suits to the front of the Capitol building, you know? The gigantic red button that sends the like the fucking Metal Gear to the to the Capitol steps. Yes, but do you really think Biden would shut it down? Why would Biden not put security there if there was another rally? Of course he would. Why wouldn't he do? There's no like, that's not even like a liberal incompetence thing, you know? The liberals were also trying to do that back on January 6th. He'll be too eepy? That might be true. That might be true. Damn, dude. Trump campaign says it won't commit to Harris debate until she's confirmed as nominee. This is like... This is really weak of them, man. My guess is that they want more time to get Donald Trump prepared. Maybe, like, give him the nanotech that prevents him from saying the N-word when he gets angry. It's obviously Kamala. Like, she got the endorsement from Michelle and Barack Obama just earlier today, apparently. Or the other day. She put out the video on it, I mean. Like, this is not... There's no question that Kamala Harris is the selected presidential candidate. Kamala already BTFO'd him over it. Ooh. You're not the official nominee yet. And if or when it comes to be, there will be debates. Biden wasn't the official nominee when Donald Trump has his first debate with him. I guess that wasn't an issue back then when you were debating like a 97-year-old man and not a sprightly young coconut-pilled Kamala Harris. Kamala definitely has more chance than Hillary. Hillary won the debates with Trump, if by win you mean said correct things and shut down incorrect statements. She lost on the tone. And yeah, we're tone policing women here, okay? This is a pro-tone policing women space. The problem with Hillary is that she just comes across like a bit of a uppity bitch a little bit, you know? A little bit of a smarmy bitch. So Kamala has one up on her on that, in that her whimsy cuts through a little bit, you know? I prefer the term. Yeah, well, you know what? YouTube doesn't, is the problem. So tired of the she was right about everything group. Yeah, it's the she was right about everything people genuinely need to shut the fuck up. The problem with Hillary Clinton wasn't that she was wrong more than Donald Trump. That was never the problem with Hillary Clinton. The problem with Hillary Clinton was that she was fundamentally unelectable because of her horrible attitude and past. That's the problem with Hillary Clinton. Also, by the way, now that we're out from the 2016 election by a solid 8 years, I think I can say it. That email shit was actually really fucking bad, okay? I know that, like, to an extent it got overblown, but Jesus Christ, can you imagine what that would have looked like if the election wasn't against somebody as bad as Donald Trump? That was actually really fucking bad. A seasoned, like, former Secretary of State, hyper politician like Hillary Clinton being, oh yeah, we conduct all of our business on private servers. What the fuck are you doing? Genuinely insane. Like, yeah, that was a rough one. People are like, but her emails, and it's like, I don't know, man, that's actually pretty bad. Yeah, but literally everyone in the Senate does it. Yeah, but usually people in the Senate don't suddenly magically lose a fuck ton of them. And like it wasn't just some business being conducted, it was a lot of it. Like, it was uniquely bad. It was not just like, oh, you know, something that everyone does to some extent was like, okay, Joe Biden had some classified documents in a garage at one of his campaign offices or whatever. Like, that genuinely is something that every politician does because they get the classified documents and then they just forget to return. Like, literally, that just happens, you know? There was no evidence of impropriety. With Hillary Clinton, though, she was Secretary of State in charge of Foreign Affairs. Pretty bad. Yeah, pretty bad. Hillary also made her campaign about her and not us. Yeah. Okay, but Benghazi was nothing. That I agree with. Benghazi was nothing. Yeah. Benghazi was like even more of a manufactured talking point. That how many fucking hearings did they have about Benghazi to discover the truth of the matter? Guys, I'm a Republican and I'm here pushing for the funds to establish like the 13th committee that we're going to you know, use to investigate whether or not there was wrongdoing at Benghazi. You know, the last 12 have found no wrongdoing, but yeah. Hillary lost because she refused to campaign the Rust Belt. In fairness, do you really think seeing Hillary Clinton in the Rust Belt would have motivated those voters positively towards her? She's like the most elite coastal liberal, I don't give a fuck what happens in flyover country candidate imaginable, you know? Hillary Clinton campaigns in fucking Michigan, like drops 4 points in the polls. Yeah, I don't know. What is this? This guy is so uncanny that I genuinely can't even tell whether or not this is fake. Looks like he's lost weight. This is like a recent video, I assume, because he's wearing the post-MAGA makeover clothing. Absolutely, Vermin.
Hey guys, JD Vance here in Radford, Virginia. I thought I'd take you behind the scenes a little bit. When you get to an event, they've got a ton of crap for you to drink and eat. You got 3 bottles of Diet Mountain Dew, about a dozen Snickers, a bag of chips. If I ate even half this stuff, of course, I'd balloon up like crazy. This is the energy that powers the presidential and vice presidential campaign.
Is he an alien? Is he an alien? First of all, I want to make it clear. I could eat all of that food because I'm stronger than him. I'm better than him in every way, and I could eat all of that food. The Ozempic is eating his brain. He might actually be the world's first Ozempic, like, executive branch candidate, because Kamala has pretty much always looked the way she does. If Biden took Ozempic, he would instantly shrivel into dust and die. Trump has fat boy bear energy, and he knows it. JD Vance legitimately has slimmed down, and you know, I'm not disparaging people who take Ozempic. I'm kidding. I kind of am. You know, get in the gym, Porky. All right. Anyway, do you think it all just looks like a lot of food to him because his appetite's been suppressed?
And of course, I'm honored to be supporting President Trump. I'm honored to be his running mate. If you want to help us, chip in $5, chip in $15 to get the message out and to get people to the polls. This election is so important. Your resources help us do.
What? Dude, he's a vice presidential candidate, man. Here's the Snickers bar they give us before an appearance. Chip in $5. What the fuck are you talking about? Chip in $5 so we can buy 2 more Snickers bars from the vending machine outside. What are you talking about?
Do the things we need to win it.
You should. Ozempic is often prescribed by doctors to skinny people to convince them to event. Yeah, I've watched the YouTube videos and I'm anti-Ozempic pilled, okay? That shit, okay, like for 50 million reasons I am. I mean, if you actually need it for like a medical reason, then yeah, like obviously that's fine. But like the shortages on the wait lists because skinny ass people are getting it because they want like to be skinnier or whatever, or the like now you can buy skinny, which means that people are fucking dumping money on it and it doesn't even like problems with it in the long run. It can cause health issues and blah, blah. Yeah, I don't know about all that. If there weren't shortages, I say, who cares? Honest to God, because the solution to, like, fat phobia is not to make being skinny purchasable. That's kind of fucked, don't you think? Like, people aren't getting on Ozempic, like, people aren't getting on Ozempic, like, to get healthier. They're doing it to get skinnier. And it's like, first of all, that doesn't make you healthy. Exercising and eating less would make you healthier. Like, that would actually fix the issue. If there's a health issue, that would help with the health issue, you know? You're just, like, getting skinnier and people are buying that shit and it's like and I don't even know if it keeps it off and there are like health issues with it. It doesn't make you strong. Can have bad side effects as well. Good luck, I'm Taylor. Geez, Salesman, I'm sorry. It helps you eat less, that's what it does? Yeah, I know. That's true, Vermin. Okay, that's partly true, but being excessively fat is in itself unhealthy. Yeah, but I'm not talking about people who are using it because they have like a legitimate medical reason. I'm talking about people who are using it as a substitute for the fad diet they would otherwise be on. Like, you know, you've got keto, warrior diet, or you've got Ozempic, the thing that costs money, shorts out a wait list, and works, unlike the other two. Who cares if it's their bodies? If they want to root, it's their call. Yeah, sorry, I'm not a liberal. I don't believe in individualism. All right, your health actually is my problem. I don't know. I don't like the normalization of the really shitty, unhealthy attitude towards one's health that comes along with that. I don't really give a shit if you're living your life authentically and you want to be whatever the fuck. If you want to be like a balloon and roll down the hill, I don't give a shit. I don't know. If you want to lose weight, though, I genuinely think that it's worse to be like, oh, yeah, I can just take a drug that'll make me nauseous and not want to eat as much, than if you were just like, yeah, I'm going to work out and go on walks. You know, the thing that'll be better in the long run anyway, because it develops positive habits and helps me, like, build muscle mass and train my organs and my, you know, aerobic functions. Your body, your choice? Yeah, I don't believe in that. Everyone stop smoking? I mean, yeah. Nose, at least. All right. Kind of take you can expect from someone with no background in science or public health, I guess. Oh, Atomic Strawberry. I suppose you have doctorates in both of those subjects? Let me check your chat history here. Omegalol, Omegalol, short shorts better than Omegalol, Omegalol. Okay, yeah, all right. Putting the degree to use, I see. Yeah, I'm sorry. You're not like woke or educated for thinking that the normalization of the drug that makes you eat less is like a good thing to normalize. You could just eat less, motherfucker. Genuine question. If you don't believe in that, then what's the difference between that and giving an AFAB person the choice to abort a pregnancy? What are you talking? What? People can do what they want. I'm just critiquing broadly normalized trends. Like, I don't think it should be, I don't think Ozempic should be illegal or whatever the fuck. I just think that, like, in practice, what it's leading to is that a bunch of, like, already skinny middle-aged trophy wives who want to kill themselves and bury that feeling with drug use are like, yeah, man, I've been trying for 3 months to get off this tummy fat with keto and it's not working. So now I'm going to take this drug that does work. But as soon as I stop taking the drug, my appetite's going to come back because I haven't developed any of the positive trends for weight loss. And I'm just like not really engaging with health or fitness in a manner that, I don't know, is sort of conducive to long-term well-being. Bro, why does chat like arguing with this guy with a glasses? That's so fucking can't you guys see that you're outpaced already? You're stepping to the king. I've got glasses, motherfucker. Can you I can do the actually thing. What are you doing? Then Vosh, but say couldn't be me, but you do you. Yeah, but I don't believe that. You do you is such a bullshit, wimpy, weak ass statement, man. I have opinions on your behavior. You think I'm non-judgmental? When the fuck have I ever sold you on that lie? I'll judge the fuck out of everyone for your decisions, okay? And you should judge mine. Why? Like the idea, oh, let people be, let them, fuck that. This is the reason why we have no fucking family values here in America. Everyone is just this like atomized, alienated gas particle floating in a void. Meanwhile, you go to like any Latin country, everyone's judging everyone else, but at least they have a fucking community. People walk down the street and recognize the shop owners that walk out. Yeah, people like are often judgmental in negative, toxic ways, and they bicker and they fucking are catty with each other, but at least they engage, right? Meanwhile, you guys don't even know the names of your fucking neighbors, okay? You have nothing. You don't know anyone. You're lost. You're a void, okay? You can change that, but you need to care. And caring sometimes means having hot takes like, I don't know, it seems like the culture around this medicalized drug-based weight loss seems a little bit fucked. It's okay to have opinions like that. You don't need to ban it. I'm not making like a policy position or anything. You can just say that. It's fine. Do you know your neighbors? Listen, I'm speaking from experience, okay? My opinion is that Vosh being mean to me is bad. That's fair. Genuine question, what do you think of people who are just naturally loners and hermits? I'm not gonna lie, I don't believe that shit. I think that being a loner is always, like, at an individual level, a psychological failure, and at a social level, a, like, policy failure. Everyone wants connections to some extent, and every time you hear about people who don't, it's because they, like, I don't know, lost their wife in the war and want to go live out in the fucking mountains or whatever. It's always a response to, like, trauma or some shit. In reality, people are literally biologically designed to be varying levels of social. I'm not saying everyone needs to, like, go out there and go to like a dance club every night or whatever, but the state, like, I don't want people to like normalize the weird blend of social ennui and anxiety that means that a lot of you motherfuckers are legit spending like a week holed up in your apartment not talking to anyone, and you think like, oh well, I kind of like being alone. No you don't. No, you fuck off with that. Come on, don't normalize the disease. Don't wake up and look at your surroundings and rather than critique them, go like, no, actually I'm fine with this, fuck off. You just don't like dealing with the anxiety and trouble of like forming new relationships. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you, dude. You don't, fuck me. I go outside, I engage with people, man. You're the one who's costing yourself like precious seconds of a finite life. You're gonna die one day. You want to count your friends on the bed? You can like being alone. I like being alone too, but I like being alone for like periods of recharging in between being sociable with others. I like that. I like that engagement. A lot of people, they try to convince themselves the disease ain't there, you know? They're laying there thinking like, actually this weird sickening feeling of you know, like non-satisfaction that I have, that's actually like me being normal. Like that's like a normal thing that I feel. Come on. Treat yourself a little bit. Vosh, you pay your friends to live with you? Shut up. That's a weird way of saying that I can afford to provide, like, my close friends a life free of financial burdens. But, you know, however you prefer. What a shitty thing to say. It's okay. It intended as an attack against me, it is a blowback, all right? It attacks, in fact, them because they cannot perceive the level of mutual care that I live with day to day. It's cope, man. People who are like, yeah, man, I actually like being alone. It's cope. It's cope. Vosh, you're so right. I used to call myself a loner till I realized it was cope because I was too scared to overcome my social anxiety. That's what I'm talking about, man. That's what I'm talking about. The first and most difficult step is recognizing the problem. I didn't realize how much I cared about other people until I had the mental breakdown realizing I'd be alone. Yeah, man. I mean, look, we're all born alone and we all die alone, okay? But you get to fill the intervening period, all right? I just don't like the fact that society right now is built in such a way that it's possible to basically never interact with people. Order your groceries, or order your deliverables, work at a distance, you know, whatever. And then people, like, they get it in their head, like, oh, yeah, the anxiety that I feel at the thought of making new connections is not, in fact, just a small barrier for me to overcome. It's actually like my body telling me I don't like or want those things. And that's just not true, man. That's not true. You got to believe in yourself. Yeah, exactly, Bigelow. That's fine. But Vosh, what if you genuinely don't like being around other people? Then you wouldn't be in this chat right now because this is also a form of social interaction. I don't believe in that shit. You're watching a live streamer right now. You clearly care at some level about the ability to engage socially with others. You just prompted a response from me. You added me in chat. Your message came up blue. You're talking to me right now. And that's stretching it? No, it's not. The only thing that separates live streaming as a distinct form of media from many others available to you right now is the immediate interactivity, the community, all right? Now, a proper community, it is not. You motherfuckers still need to get out there and, like, socialize, okay? But it is something, more so than you'd get from, like, a television. If you're here watching this, if you're here chatting, moreover, you have to care about that to some extent. Otherwise, why this? Why not just any YouTube video? Do you really think I'm as moment-for-moment entertaining as any other possible video out there? You look at live streams, things narrow a little bit. And you look at my personality, well, why do you care about that? You think I, in particular, am funny? You like the live rapport, the engagement? You care about socializing. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's actually normal. That's good. But it's hard. Yeah, well, life is hard. You die anyway, eventually, you know? What, you want to do nothing difficult in the meantime? I'm not speaking about introversion, Mesa Yamada. Though, by the way, I will say, we should have never invented the terms extrovert and introvert. I'm going to hit you, because I bet you 98% of the people watching right now self-define as introverts. I'm going to hit you with some truth. Everyone does, because everyone wants alone time to recharge, and everyone burns out their battery when engaging with other people publicly. Everyone does, literally all humans. The introvert-extrovert distinction was something created by introverts to explain away why some people have more social energy than them. They look up at the extroverts and they're like, oh, they must be a different kind of person. No, they're not. They're the same kind of person as you. They just have a little bit more social energy, or maybe a little bit more tolerance for loud noises or whatever the fuck, you know? Like, it's not, people love self-categorizing. People love putting themselves into little boxes to explain away or justify what they are or why they are the way they are. People have to stop doing that, man. You can't do that, okay? It doesn't help you. It doesn't make you a whole person, you know? You're giving yourself an excuse to write off certain elements of your identity, to think like, oh, well, I'm not that kind of person. Why can't I go out to the club and do X or Y? Why can't I go to that beach party or the bonfire? Well, it's because I'm an introvert, so I'm not that kind of person. Fuck that. You can do whatever the hell you want. Am I the kind of person to do X? Am I the kind of person to do Y? Wrong, boring, irrelevant. Do you want it? That's what matters. Poll made your point. Many such cases. Sometimes do a segment on those god-awful Myers-Briggs personality tests and how some people live off those things. Yeah, horoscopes for men, you call them. Those things don't mean anything. You can get different answers based on how your mood is at any point in time. There is no personality test that you can take that will tell you what kind of person you are. You are not a, like, type. There's no such thing as a type of person, not really. You're an ephemeral, ever-changing collection of attributes that shifts. We don't even have a scientific definition of what consciousness is. There's no we don't know why you fall asleep and wake up and have a continuity of experience from A to B. You think we know how to categorize a person based on their personality? Are you insane? We have no idea what you are. You don't have any idea what you are. Just do what you want, man. And pay your taxes, okay? We need that shit for, like, wheelchair ramps, okay? This motherfucker has the IQ of a tomato, and I don't even know what he wants. I think he wants to be let down. He's been begging for attention, clawing at my chair and yelling. Does he want tub water? Do you want water? Here. He wanted to swipe at tub water, at the very least. All right, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. Foucault was right on psychology and medicalization, not necessarily on the age of consent. Stop putting yourself into boxes. Stop categorizing. You are not a loner. You are a person who's currently enjoying alone time. You are not an ENTP or whatever the fuck. You're somebody who can like memorize anime OPs and play it out in your head while like walking to the beat of the song that's in your head, okay? You like, don't stop obsessing over the fucking whatever the fuck, okay? Any like lines you can build around your character that determine whether or not you're capable of doing X or Y. All right? Yeah, you're not bisexual. You just like Pokemon. Exactly. That's everyone? Exactly. Isn't Myers-Briggs racist anyway? Everything that I don't like is racist. MBTI marketing schemes have gotten so bad, especially in the East. It's a cultural predisposition towards institutional, like, submissiveness. Fucking Taoism or whatever. Don't they think your blood type means shit in Japan? It's crazy. At least we're individualistic enough over here in the West to not believe in that shit. Taoism is Chinese. Yeah, that's true, but they got that problem in their own way, don't they? Yeah, there's no such thing as transgender. You just like Celeste, exactly. What about horoscopes? Bad. You forgot astrology? Bad. There. I did it. There's no such thing as lesbianism. You just like Utena. Nice try, but your average lesbian is not old enough to have watched Revolutionary Girl Utena. I have, because I'm a real G. And I prefer to love... I love women so much that I love them holistically, okay? Me analyzing lesbian media to maximize my appreciation of women. That is how that works, Meatballs. I used to call myself an introvert, but did play a lot of games. I made an active effort to meet up with the people I often game with IRL and have made very good friends. I will admit it's probably easier in the EU, but it made me a much better adjusted person. Yep. Nobody, I promise you, people who okay, I'm going to hit you with the, you know, because we got chat mostly on my side now. Now it's time for me to, like, get some people mad again, okay? Most people who call themselves loners are losers. Let's be real here, okay? People who have accepted and, like, internalized and identified with the prospect of being alone apart from other people, usually not very well adjusted. I'm just going to say it, folks, okay? I've met with these so-called loners. There's nothing innate about this, by the way. There's nothing, like, innately making you... like that. You can improve, you just have to try, is the thing, you know? Nothing in life comes easy. Nobody's innately good at anything, you know? It's like all those guys who think Sigma male is a real thing, you know? Oh, yeah, man, I'm an alpha, but I have no social skills, so I'm like a Sigma. Yeah. I have extreme sensitivity to light and sound. It's a medical issue. I avoid big crowds of people in social settings because of it, and people always tell me that equals introvert, even though I do like night. Yeah, see, snails are... That's also a thing that bothers me, right? Because that's the problem as approached from the other end. You dislike some elements of being social publicly because they tend to be like concurrent with the lights and the sound and what have you, but you're not opposed to the socializing element of it, which just means that for you, the enjoyment of socializing is conditional, but that doesn't mean you don't like it, you know? People essentialize too much. The only thing you guys essentially are is annoying. Hello, Artemy. Let me turn the water off. Artemy's right here absorbing the blue light. I hate how loud most restaurants are. Yeah, it used to be that, like, only certain types of restaurants were loud, and then stop fucking with the door.
It keeps closing.
Leave it closed. It used to be that only some types of restaurants were loud and others were expected to be quiet, but then restaurants realized, oh, wait, it's actually way the fuck cheaper and we can get more seats filled with butts if we just crowd everyone in together and we fucking gaslight everyone into believing that the innate state of a restaurant is loud unless you're getting some fancy French shit, you know? Diners should be loud. There should be some restaurants you expect to be loud and some restaurants you expect to be quiet. Okay, here's my take, all right? Cafes should be quiet. It's in the morning, you're having your little baked good and coffee, you know, maybe you're like got a laptop or reading or whatever. Diners should be loud. Diners are loud and rowdy. You know, you order your burger, it's $8, you get it in like 4 minutes. It's, you know, mid, but you're there, you're banging, they got the music, you know, you got like a Johnny Rocket style jukebox with a nickel. Fuck yeah, go for it, you know. That rules. We don't have diners. It's a classic American experience. Thank you, you know. But if you're, the thing that bothers me is when you go to like a nice you know, like I don't know, contemporary American restaurant, the kind of place that has like an $18 burger, and you go there and the vibes should be quiet because it's dark in there, but it's loud as shit. Why? If I'm paying $18 for a burger, I want to be able to hear a conversation with the people that I'm at the table with, you know? Like, I feel like we have a missing middle kind of situation where the only place you can go to get a quiet, like, proper meal is fucking like a $30 or $40 entree at like a French restaurant or something. I don't know. What's the difference between essentialization and generalization? Essentialization is when you you say that like an attribute or characteristic of a person or a group is innate, that it is just the way that it is fundamental to them. Generalization is just the natural human, I suppose both of them are natural cognitive biases, though I would argue that essentialization always gets in the way of good analysis. Generalization is meant to be a shortcut that can be helpful, like, you know, when making like broader statements. For example, if I said something like Hillary Clinton's attitude did not play well with Appalachian and Midwestern voters because she came across as like a coastal elite, that would be a generalization of the attributes of the Midwesterner or the Appalachian, but that generalization would serve the analysis. It would be a necessary generalization to arrive at that conclusion. I can't really like individually assess the opinions of tens of millions of people to make that point. But the essentialist argument would be, yeah, people from the Midwest or Appalachia are just like that. They're a different kind of people, which would be wrong, of course. I think that essentialization is always bad, and generalization can be very, very useful. Though, of course, it can be bad. Like, you know, has to be used well. Mexican restaurants should be loud because Mexican food is loud. True. Name a quiet food? Sushi. Japanese restaurants usually are pretty quiet, actually. Unless it's one of those conveyor belt sushi bars, because once you get to like, the conveyor belt gives it the kind of like rowdy diner feel. Like I would say that's like a diner-esque attribute, you know, because you're up there at the bar and you're just sort of pulling stuff off the conveyor belt, you know? Or those ramen shops where they have like 5 stools at a booth, you know what I mean? They have like the plastic lining that blocks out the diners from the street. And then they go in it and they sit down and they yum, 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 you know? Yeah, the street grills. Thoughts on spicy food? I grew up in LA, man, okay? I'm not one of those white boys, okay? Don't catch me boiling my chicken, all right? He really likes that blue light. Boiled chicken? You guys really never heard of people boiling their chicken before. Is pizza loud? Yes. Pizza is loud. Pizza is literally a party food. Like, you divide it into even slices so multiple people can have it. Now you guys are just being annoying, which is an essentialist characteristic of you, so I forgive you for it.
Which, quote, it's going to be harder. What we could have gotten in earned media, we will have to now pay for. We underestimate her cultural appeal and her power at our peril. Look, 10 days ago or 2 weeks ago, anybody talking about this potential switch on the Democratic side, they thought that Harris, they didn't want Harris. They wanted anybody but Harris. And it was the same thinking in the Trump campaign. Now it's Harris. And you see the energy and you see the surge in the polls and all those elites got it completely wrong. How much did this take Trump's campaign off guard?
I think not the switching out, the switcheroo of Biden and Harris or Biden with Harris, but the blowing up of Kamala Harris. You know, being a Miami resident, I think in terms of.
Hey, Fosh, just wanted to apologize. While falling asleep on the bus the other day, my hand accidentally reported a VOD of yours. There is apparently no way to retract your report. I really hope it doesn't matter at all. Motherfucker's Manchurian candidate for the ops, you know, he falls asleep and his hands just work like magic, reporting every VOD in the playlist. It'll be okay.
Hurricanes, and this looks like a tropical storm that found the right patch of warm water in the Gulf of Mexico.
Literal sleeper
and rapidly intensified into a hurricane. And what the Trump campaign is realizing is, okay, we have to batten down the hatches and we need to execute a new game plan and do it rather flawlessly because they are in a real tough fight now. And they weren't just, what, 6, 7, 8 days ago? I've lost track of the days at this point. But the reality is Kamala Harris poses a much graver threat and challenge to Donald Trump than Joe Biden did. And Donald Trump's
can't see the whole thing, but I really like this guy's suit.
Campaign knows that.
And Donald Trump, it appears, knows it. I mean, your reporting is that the her appeal, her cultural appeal specifically, is something that he can see, and that your sources are telling you that the campaign, if they do not get that, will underestimate it at their peril. Those are the words?
Those are the words. As has been said before, politics is downstream of culture, and one of the interesting things about Donald Trump and a key to understanding his appeal and resilience in the electorate is that Donald Trump was a cultural figure.
He really is doing the non-stop DreamWorks face.
Kamala Harris is a little different. She is a political figure, and she is on the cusp of becoming, if not is now, a cultural figure. My 16-year-old daughter, for instance, who could not give a hoot about politics, suddenly knows all of these facts about Kamala Harris through TikTok.
Yeah.
And that says something. She's breaking through to the other side.
And that is crucial. You also talk about the Trump campaign. If that Biden was replaced, back to my original point about how they got it wrong, and the Democratic side got it wrong, too, about Harris, right? The Trump side thought it would be a bloodbath, an open primary. That's really what they counted on?
Well, I wouldn't say they counted on it, but that's what they expected. I mean, they heard the conversation coming out of Democrats, out of Biden's senior advisors as leaked to others in the media, who basically said, look, they don't believe that Kamala...
It's going down on TikTok right now, Lamau. I will say that one of the most immediate consequences of Harris taking over is the fact that the like vote blue no matter who versus third party discourse has popped up again, where the stupidest 14-year-olds you've ever seen in your life on Twitter are saying, like, we the proletariat will not enable a genocide, war criminal bourgeois candidate. That's why we're voting for like RFK Jr. or fucking Jill Stein or whatever. And it's like, that's great, man. Apparently on TikTok, it's cool to be a Democrat again. It is kind of crazy how stupid internet discourse and children broadly are, that waves of support for and against any talking point or person kind of are concurrent with whether or not it's like cool or rhetorically, I don't know, like whether you can play it off. It's all vibes, man. Kamala's policy proposals will not substantially differ from Joe Biden's. You know, they're going to be pretty comparable. We're hoping they'll be better on Israel, which I expect they will be at least a little bit. We'll talk about that soon. But yeah, what kind of tie would you pair with that suit? I don't think there's an issue with the tie that he's wearing right now. I just think that he's missing a pocket square to tie together the whole thing. He needs that splash of color. How do you recommend dealing with those who promote not voting at all? I have a tanky friend who refuses to get registered because Kamala isn't anti-Israel. Delete the DoorDash app on their phone, and they should no longer be able to get food. After that point, they'll be more like amenable to any demands that you have. You know, like I'm basically saying starve them out. There, I feel like that's been off for a little bit.
Harris could win. And so the Trump campaign heard that. They also noted, look, in 2020, Kamala Harris ran a pretty terrible campaign and did a bad job as a candidate. Now, we are early in the process. Tony Fabrizio, who is the top pollster and strategic advisor for Donald Trump, issued a memo. And by the way, he issued a memo because he sort of had to, saying, look, Kamala Harris is going to gain steam, gain momentum over the next few days. But
what about the Marxist theory-based angle against electoralism? This was maybe one of the biggest hate waves that I ever incurred upon myself. But reading Marx and understanding Marx is an argument in favor of participating in electoralism. You can find countless examples within the works of Marx and Lenin even, for sort of like the pragmatic engagement within a bourgeois democracy towards the candidate most likely to at the very least produce an environment in which you're capable of working. There's literally no advantage to leftist advocacy within a Trump administration over a Kamala administration. There's literally none. The most you're going to get is people engaging in like the classic 4 IQ bump of principles bit, where they're like, well, if we all simply rose up, then maybe a third candidate would win. Or I'm not voting for Kamala Harris, even though if I don't and other people don't, Trump will win and he's worse in every way. It doesn't, like, they're not arguments. Walmart firebomb type shit, yeah. We don't want power, we only want to critique power shit, yeah. Only with an avowed communist party, if I recall correctly. Nope! Incorrect. Marx actually believed that America was so democratic that it was capable of achieving communism without a violent revolution. Lenin advocated for voting for the Labor Party, even though he said that they were a toothless bourgeois Labor Party. No. There's no such thing as a real, like, communist political party. You know that, right? Communism means the dissolution of the state. You can get a socialist political party, but even then there are necessary concessions that you have to make to be even remotely functional within a bourgeois democracy. And if you're no longer operating within a bourgeois democracy, then you don't need the party, because at that point, theoretically, the proletariat should be able to self-organize. Well, anyway.
is eventually going to settle out. That's the Trump campaign's position. But they do acknowledge that she is serious, and they do privately acknowledge that...
Wait, I thought the Democratic Party was a self-avowed communist party? True.
They sort of underestimated her. I don't think they're going to be doing that going forward.
Nice. All right. Have you heard of Kamala being brat? I still don't know what it means to be brat, to be honest with you. Here we go. It's a Charlie XCX song. Yeah, I've never listened to a song from Charlie XCX, so. Left communism and infantile disorder is literally a screed partly against anti-electoral leftists. Yeah, unfortunately, left comms tend to be right on most things except for electoralism. Unfortunately, Lenin did cook there a little bit. Left comms, however, like from Lenin's perspective, left comms were primarily an issue because they were actually communists, whereas Lenin was an opportunist authoritarian. So, like, the main issue he had with them was that they were correct about him. But they were also annoying and wrong about electoralism. So, as always, throughout all of history, the only leftist who was ever correct about everything has been me. All right, let's get to it. Wait, what is it? Oh, sorry. You heard about this, right? While Netanyahu was delivering his, megalomaniacal genocidal screed against Palestinians to uproarious applause from Congress, there were anti-Israel protests out in D.C.
Well, chaos in the nation's capital once again. Large protests yesterday against the Israeli prime minister turned violent with clashes,
this
pepper
is from
spray,
Fox,
vandalism, and arrests.
Fox 5's Stephanie Ramirez is live this morning at Union Station with the latest. Stephanie.
Good morning, guys. And police are preparing for more protests and possible clashes today when the Israeli prime minister goes to visit the White House. But here at Union Station, you can probably hear through the microphone, the power washers are on. The Park Service now cleaning the graffiti, the vandalism and damage to the statues and area here.
Only in America would you hear a reporter on scene like, yeah, man, it's chaos down here. In the background, you can hear the sound of power washers, you know? Yeah, all the damage that was done is being cleaned near instantaneously with highly pressurized water. But, yeah, you know.
Here at Union Station. Now, we have to be careful with what we show you on TV because of the profanity, but you'll see graffiti like this all over the area, Free Gaza, and I can show you over at the Columbus fountain there. It is being cleaned off, but it did say at one point, Hamas is coming. Protesters, they started to gather early.
It is fitting because every person on Twitter who I've seen with a little red triangle pro-Palestinian marker has been a lunatic. You know, you've kind of got the red triangle versus the watermelon caucus a little bit, you know. So, yeah. Look, graffiti on a wall. Yeah, I mean, bad optics to say, like, Hamas is coming, I guess. But mostly just an optics thing, really. You know, Time and Israel have both kind of lended a lot of legitimacy to Hamas's cause.
Early yesterday in what was expected to be one of the largest pro-Palestinian demonstrations.
Hamas is pretty bad, man, and Netanyahu was like fucking cracks knuckles. I'm gonna legitimize these people's violent grievances with the state of Israel real quick.
Seen yet, but by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, things started to turn turbulent. Police say they began responding to acts of violence within the crowd, deploying pepper spray over by.
Hold on. The optics of this protest were so fucking terrible you would think Mossad organized it. Now, fascinating. We got the watermelon crew here. That's interesting. Kind of like a dual dynamic with the radical rhetoric paired with the watermelon. Okay, is this a psyop? Who's showing up for the pro-Palestinian protest with this? With the fucking anonymous Guy Fawkes mat? Okay, all right, okay. Normally I don't throw this one out there that quickly. I'm not saying this individual right here is a psyop, you know? Okay, whatever. I will, however, say confidently these guys are the 4chan psyops, okay? They're the, yeah, all right, okay, all right. Let's play Spot the Fed. Do you think some of this could be Iran/Russia funded? Why would you need to fund people showing up to a protest? Where does the funding go? You know? I will tell you who does believe that this was funded by Iran.
We've said ourselves, the director of national intelligence came out publicly and said that we do know that Iran has been funding and encouraging some of the protest activity here in the United States.
That's great, John Kirby. Your suit looks like shit, by the way.
Some of it. We do not believe that all the protest activity out there on a daily basis is being fully funded by Iran. There's a lot of organic concern out there in the American people about what's going on in the Middle East, and most of these protests are formed and fashioned in that regard.
Nice.
First and Constitution. Capitol Police arrested 6 people for disrupting the Israeli Prime Minister's address inside the Capitol building. Clashes also broke out here at Columbus Circle, where protesters burned an American flag. A Palestinian flag was seen raised. And just before 3:40 here, U.S. Park Police revoked the protest permit and started ordering people to leave. At least 8 people were arrested in this, and then another 9 people arrested later. Now, we're working to confirm the total number of arrests here, but right now it looks like around 23 people taken into custody in the 3 incidents we just talked about. Police
naturally, as is literally always the case, media attention focused primarily on like the few bad actors and not on the overwhelming majority of people who are there to cleanly say like stop the genocide. I will say though, by the way, I will say, if you're at a protest like this, I actually do think it's okay to kind of shut down the people who are doing like the pro-Hamas or anti-Semitic stuff, the same way that the Black Lives Matter protesters were legitimate in shutting down some of the violent agitators who were there to, like, you know, rustle up some discourse. You know, don't let one federal agent interrupt a protest that thousands of people are there, you know, engaging in good behavior, you know. Ideally. You should tell them to fuck off. It's just not, they're not serious about it, you know? Hamas is coming? What the fuck are you talking about? Didn't you say this type of stuff should be stopped by top-down protest coordination with leadership? Yeah, but no one on the left believes in, like, protest orgs. The only protest organizations that exist anymore are things like Code Pink, where you have 6 people, all of whom get like you know, anonymous donations from Russian sources, who show up and do like psyop shit every once in a while. Like they show up and annoy a politician on camera and ask them stupid fucking questions. Like in terms of like larger organizing, no, barely any work is done. Unfortunately, the closest we saw to that was the student protests, and a lot of those student protest groups did a really good job. But that was because they were there for like an extended duration, so there was time to like sort of coach everyone on proper behavior. Whereas here, people just sort of show up.
are also looking in.
Why did leftists stop supporting protest orgs? You know why? I'll tell you why. Because a protest org who has actual professional activists on it will say, hey, here are some like standards of good behavior at a protest. For one, you can't say Hamas is coming. And then somebody on Twitter with a fucking red triangle in their bio will say, look at this so-called leftist protest org censoring speech and preventing people from supporting Hamas. Sounds to me like this might be Zionist funded or at least compromised, and that'll get 22,000 likes, and then the impressionable dipshits who think that a general strike is when everyone promises to stop working for one day out of the year will look at it and go, wow, I can't believe that org has been compromised. Nobody listened to them, and then nobody listens to them.
To an incident at the Watergate Hotel where a spokesperson told me authorities have started an investigation on something that happened Tuesday. Video circulating online claimed protesters released maggots and crickets into the hotel. Netanyahu is staying there. That is the Israeli prime minister. And I'm told the Watergate Hotel had to sanitize.
Also, maybe I'm going to make some more enemies here. The performative American hating, I understand you guys want cred with your lefty friends. If your goal with a protest is to change the minds of other people, why are you obsessing over burning the flag? Literally, who are you attempting to convince with that? Flag burning should be legal. It's also a fucking op. Are you feds? Are you kidding me? I know how we'll get Americans to no longer support our complicit nature in this genocide, by performatively trashing a symbol that Americans, bizarrely, mind you, I'm not defending their obsession with this, but care about, you know? Like, how much do you expect to get done? How much do you expect? Lame? I know, it sucks when protests are about actual change and not about looking cool. I'm sorry. I know. It must feel nice to look cool at the protest. I know. You want to make all your friends think you look really radical. Like 100 people circling around and clapping at like a tiny little fire that used to be a flag or this is a sign or whatever. You know, likewise with flag bearing. Come on. Come on. Come on. How do we bring back protest orgs? Go to vosh.gg/donate. Go down to the tier 4 sub option and select 3 months. Would you have said the same during the Vietnam protest? The Vietnam protest that, like, didn't work? How long were we in Vietnam again? The Vietnam protests didn't work. They were historically unpopular in their time. The only boosts of support that the anti-war movement got largely were like broader social fatigue, you know, and the extent to which they kind of like overlapped with waves of counter protesting. They actually, to a large extent, were really ineffective. As it turns out, like, very few people are convinced by watching a bunch of hooting, hollering college students with blue hair dancing around a burning flag. Like, literally nobody is convinced by this, you know?
That is the Israeli prime minister. I'm told the Watergate Hotel had to sanitize their property. Both sides here very heated.
The reason that we're here is because we're hosting Netanyahu, who is orchestrating this genocide.
And the fact that we invited the person who is responsible for this over, the fact that we continue to abet this through our own military spending is, I believe, unconscionable, and we should say...
Okay, let me put it this way. Think of all of the revolutionary or like counter-protest movements that you've seen in other countries. How often do you see them performatively symbolizing their hatred of the country that they're a part of? Like feminist movements in India, anti-hijab movements in Iran. Do you see them running around about like burning the flag? You might see them like burn effigies of the leader that they hate. For the most part, the performative hatred of the country, they don't engage in that behavior because those are like actual protesters and not LARPers who get all of their food from DoorDash off mommy and daddy's money. And they understand that there's literally no benefit whatsoever to rhetorically distancing yourself from the flag, a symbol of the country that the people they're trying to convince live in. I know it's dumb. I know it's really stupid, but a lot of people do care about the flag. They're wrong to. They're idiots. Voters are idiots. Americans are idiots, okay? But you know who else is idiots? All other people. I'm sorry. That's why, like, legitimate protest movements don't usually engage in that behavior. Did the civil rights movement, also known as, let's be clear here, the most successful peaceful protest movement in the history of the United States, did they performatively burn the American flag? What about the suffragette movement? Hell, if I remember correctly, the Black Panther Party didn't even touch it that much. The reason for that largely being because the Black Panther Party, which was a little bit more principled of a movement, was usually directing antagonism towards like the elements of America that they disliked, white supremacy, you know, capitalism, what have you. That sort of thing. Lefties today would have stopped the civil rights movement when they found out Rosa Parks was chosen instead of Claudette Colvin for optics. True! True! People, 38K likes on Twitter. Did you guys know Claudette was actually the person supposed to be the front runner for the bus protests, and that they only chose Rosa Parks because she was not, what was it, single mother? Because she wasn't a single mother? What's wrong with being a single mother? Huh? I didn't realize the civil rights protesters were so sexist. Teenage pregnancy, yeah. Fun fact, Claudette Colvin is still alive today. Wait, really? Huh, yeah, she's only 84. Oh my God, she's only a few years older than Biden. Oh my God, thank God Biden dropped out. Somebody who was up there with Rosa Parks is like the same age as Biden. Holy shit. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God, the bullet dodged. Jesus Christ. She's younger now than Biden would have been after the end of his second term, assuming he survived that long. Holy shit. Anyway, I'm not saying that there's never been a successful protest movement ever that didn't like burn the flag or whatever. I'm just saying that I think the obsession with it is very performative and very much done to appeal to the in crowd and not convince other people, which is again the point of a protest.
Say something about it.
Well, I have a message for these protesters. When the tyrants of Tehran...
Wait, hold on one second.
For these protesters.
For this over, the fact that we continue to abet this through our own military spending is, I believe, unconscionable, and we should say something about it.
Well, I have a message for these protesters.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, moving on. So anyway, I like how they chose to play the Netanyahu retort clip right after a very, like, reasonable protester spoke. You know? They didn't even do this right after some, like, guy running around saying, like, you know, Hamas is coming, Hamas is coming. It was somebody saying, yeah, we don't want a genocide to happen. They're like, Netanyahu has a response to you. What better protest tactics would you condone instead? The previous day, the day before this, Jews Against Genocide did a sit-in in the Capitol building and all peacefully allowed themselves to be arrested. It got overwhelmingly positive coverage. This gets overwhelmingly negative coverage and prompts a condemnation from Kamala Harris. Because of course it does. Wow, when you hold a protest that has people running around in with fucking Hamas, you know, bullshit, burning the American flag, you're going to get condemnation. Incredible. So Kamala Harris released a statement. Yesterday at Union Station in Washington, D.C., we saw despicable acts by unpatriotic protesters and dangerous hate-fueled rhetoric. I condemn any individuals associating with the brutal terrorist organization Hamas, which has vowed to annihilate the state of Israel and kill Jews. Pro-Hamas graffiti and rhetoric is abhorrent, and we must not tolerate it in our nation. I condemn the burning of the American flag. That flag is a symbol of our highest ideals nation and represents the promise of America. It should never be desecrated in that way. I support the right to peacefully protest, but let's be clear, anti-Semitism, hate, and violence have no place in our nation. Obviously, Kamala Harris didn't have to put out a statement condemning the peaceful protests the day before, did she? The one that got largely positive press coverage? That's crazy. It's almost like disciplined protesting has better outcomes than just letting a bunch of dumb fucks in their early 20s run around and express their Twitter grievances. You know? Dude, I'm telling you, if Twitter was around back in the civil rights days, you know there would have been video footage of, like, the cops beating and arresting civil rights protesters, and a bunch of people on Twitter would have been like, you know, you can fight them back, right? Dude, these fucking cucks are just letting themselves get arrested. Like, why aren't they fighting back? And it all would have been over. And there would still be slavery today. They would have brought it back. After those protests, they would have been like, you know, a bunch of civil rights movement Twitter edition. And it's like a bunch of white people showing up at the civil rights protests, start fighting with the cops. Then the black people get arrested anyway, you know? Then they bring back slavery. That's what Twitter wants. I know what leads to good outcomes. Fighting the police. There's no historical evidence to suggest that always leads to bad outcomes. You know, MLK was criticized for allowing children protesters to get brutalized by the police at the time, right? Yeah, but that was because the children protesters were up there at all. They weren't recommending that they should have, like, fought the police. Like, the problem there was that the children were in a position to be menaced by the police, not that the response was that a bunch of black men should have gotten into a fist fight with the white cops to protect those kids, which would have led to, I promise you, much worse outcomes. Promise you that wouldn't have gone well, folks. That wouldn't have gone well. That wouldn't have been a good one. It was a PR move. People were appalled. Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes protesting is just getting your teeth kicked in by the cops and letting people be horrified by it. I don't think chat realized how organized and militant activists used to be in the US. In the 90s, the FBI had to enact Green Scare to destroy the eco movements and arrest thousands of people. Many are still in prison. Yeah, the FBI loves it when lefty protest movements are entirely decentralized and entirely dictated through Twitter rhetoric. You know, they love that shit. No organization, no message discipline. It's easy to focus on the worst actors in every instance. They love that shit. They hate it when it's stuff like Jewish Voice for Peace, because they actually act in a disciplined fashion, don't fight back against the cops. They bring plenty of people with cameras to record the bad behavior of the police if it takes place. They hate that. They hate that shit. The FBI hates that shit. And so do Twitter leftists, because it looks cucked. It's so liberal, a bunch of people getting peacefully arrested for protesting genocide. You know, it'll be much more based and red-pilled, forcing the potential president of the United States to distance herself from your protest because your optics were so bad. Well done, as always. Anyway, all is not lost. Jesus Christ, this is slop. Wow, protesting being performative. Vosh like 3 times in the last year. It is performative. It has to be performative for the right group of people. Protesting should be performative for the masses in general. Otherwise, what are you doing a protest for? Weak and dumb, Jesus Christ, this is slop. That's okay. I'll keep you around. You stand to learn something from this content. Anyway, all is not lost. I genuinely do think that Kamala Harris is going to be better about Israel than Biden, in spite of all this. I saw a lot of people reacting to this statement with vitriol, as though Kamala Harris had any fucking choice, considering the circumstances. But following this, Kamala Harris had a private meeting with Harris and was reportedly, Netanyahu had a private meeting with Kamala Harris and was reportedly upset with both the things she said in private and the things she said in public afterwards. So they had a private meeting. Afterwards, Kamala Harris spoke with reporters and described the contents of the meeting, talking about civilian deaths in Gaza and the, quote, dire humanitarian situation there, something she talked about to the extent that it reportedly upset Netanyahu. Apparently, I mean, she got his goat a little bit because he was sulking afterwards. And then she had a public speech. Now, I ask you something. Is it not meaningful that on the same day she was forced to condemn the admittedly optically bad protests at Union Station in D.C., she put out a statement condemning those protests? She put out a press release, a video, a speech to make these comments.
We have to go to Vice President Kamala Harris, who's speaking now after her meeting with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Itself, including from Iran and Iran-backed militias such as Hamas and Hezbollah. From when I was a young girl collecting funds to plant trees for Israel, to my time in the United States Senate and now at the White House, I have had an unwavering commitment to the existence of the State of Israel, to its security, and to the people of Israel. I've said it many times, but it bears repeating. Israel has a right to defend itself, and how it does so matters.
Oh God, this is bad. Hold your horses. This is something literally anybody would have to say. Do you think Kamala Harris is going to come out here and say Israel doesn't have a right to exist, Hamas is correct? Temper your expectations a little bit, okay? And be patient.
Hamas is a brutal terrorist organization. On October 7, Hamas triggered this war when it massacred 1,200 innocent people, including 44 Americans. Hamas has committed horrific acts of sexual violence and took 250 hostages. There are American citizens who remain captive in Gaza. Sagi Deko Hen, Hirsch Goldberg, Poland, Idan Alexander, Keith Siegel, Omer Nutra, and the remains of American citizens Judy Weinstein, Gad Haggai, and Itai Hen are still being held in Gaza. I have met with the families of these American hostages multiple times now, and I've told them each time they are not alone, and I stand with them. And President Biden and I are working every day to bring them home. I also expressed with the Prime Minister my serious concern about the scale of human suffering in Gaza, including the death of far too many innocent civilians. And I made clear my serious concern about the dire humanitarian situation there, with over 2 million people facing high levels of food insecurity, and 500,000 people facing catastrophic levels of acute food insecurity. What has happened in Gaza over the past 9 months is devastating. The images of dead children and desperate, hungry people fleeing for safety, sometimes displaced for the second, third, or fourth time. We cannot look away in the face of these tragedies.
This is already more than Biden has ever said. And I mean that too. In terms of like the strength of the language and how evocative the description of the humanitarian situation is, this is already more significant than anything he said. She got the beginning bit out of the way, which you might note, by the way, the beginning preamble was focused primarily, at least after the initial obvious bit of we condemn Hamas, we support Israel, focused on the hostages. Keep in mind the Biden administration is currently trying to, well, ineffectively, but still nonetheless pressuring Netanyahu's war cabinet into accepting the ceasefire and hostage exchange deal that Biden was pressuring really hard pressing really hard for a month ago. And now we're talking explicitly about the humanitarian concerns. What matters to me, this speech doesn't go on to, like, this is like a pithy little statement. This is a public address immediately after the meeting with Netanyahu. Hey, quick question. Did Biden give a public address about the humanitarian crisis in Gaza after speaking privately with Netanyahu, something he did the exact same day? No. This is what I mean, guys. The problem is, like, everyone's, they're conditioned by Twitter. It's like, okay, well, I won't support a presidential candidate who does anything less than revere Hamas for their, you know, their intifada against Israel. And it's like, okay, once we dial down the expectations just a little bit, once we, like, bring it back just a little bit, if we could, I think that the behavior here signals a very, very clear difference in the level of commitment and the priorities. Remember when Biden went out there and made a public speech condemning the student protesters, essentially aligning with Republicans and indicating that they were like traitors and anti-Semitic and what have you? Even in the statement that she made right here, she didn't make any generalized statements about the protesters. She said, I condemn any individuals associating with Hamas. Pro-Hamas graffiti and rhetoric is abhorrent. I condemn the burning of the American flag. She did not say this protest was anti-Semitic, these protesters were anti-Semitic, or anything to that effect. That seems like a kind of a subtle distinction, but it's a very meaningful one. It's tailored language that is meant to avoid a categorical opposition to the protest. And she never condemned, of course, the Jewish Voices for Peace protest the other day, so I'm telling you, folks, if you read between the lines here, I don't even think it's reading between the lines. I think it's just reading the lines. No, Juzor, Biden spoke on the student protests and spoke generally. For one, Biden lied about the student protests. There weren't anti-Semitic incidents happening there in any meaningful sense. Like obviously, if you get enough people doing anything in any public setting, bad things are going to happen. But like, he wasn't talking about any specific instance. He was emboldening and repeating dishonest talking points that generalize the state of the protest broadly. There is a meaningful distinction here.
We cannot allow ourselves to become numb to the suffering, and I will not be silent.
Hey.
Thanks to the leadership of our President, Joe Biden, there is a deal on the table for a ceasefire and a hostage deal. And it is important that we recall what the deal involves. The first phase of the deal would bring about a full ceasefire, including a withdrawal of the Israeli military from population centers in Gaza. In the second phase, the Israeli military would withdraw from Gaza entirely, and it would lead to a permanent end to the hostilities. It is time for this war to end, and end in a way where Israel is secure, all the hostages are released, the suffering of Palestinians in Gaza ends.
That right there, particularly strong language to me. Keep in mind that she's saying all of this right after Netanyahu addressed Congress and said, no, we don't want this to end until we're ready to end it. Give us more weapons so we can kill more Palestinians. We'll decide when it's over.
And the Palestinian people can exercise their right to freedom, dignity, and self-determination.
Self-determination for the Palestinian people. Do I detect a hint of perhaps strong language?
There has been hopeful movement in the talks to secure an agreement on this deal. And as I just told Prime Minister Netanyahu, it is time to get this deal done. So to everyone who has been calling for a ceasefire, and to everyone who yearns for peace, I see you and I hear you.
I know that line.
Let's get the deal done so we can get a ceasefire to end the war. Let's bring the hostages home, and let's provide much-needed relief to the Palestinian people. And ultimately, I remain committed to a path forward that can lead to a two-state solution. And I know right now it is hard to conceive of that prospect, but a two-state solution is the only path that ensures Israel remains a secure, Jewish, and democratic state, and one that ensures Palestinians can finally realize the freedom, security, and prosperity that they rightly deserve. And I will close with this then. It is important for the American people to remember the war in Gaza is not a binary issue. However, too often the conversation is binary, when the reality is anything but. So I ask my fellow Americans to help encourage efforts to acknowledge the complexity, the nuance, and the history of the region. Let us all condemn terrorism and violence. Let us all do what we can to prevent the suffering of innocent civilians. And let us condemn anti-Semitism, Islamophobia.
That's also a big one. Everyone says condemn anti-Semitism here, condemn anti-Semitism there. And I agree, by the way. How often has Islamophobia come up in this context?
And hate of any kind. And let us work to unite our country. I thank you.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, again, I understand that from some people's perspectives, it might be like, oh, he's trying to sugarcoat this. I'm not saying Kamala Harris is like some crazy ultra woke going to solve all the problems, blah, blah, blah. I'm just saying the evidence clearly suggests she is better than Biden on this issue. By the way, this is her language now while she's running, not even after getting it. Like, generally speaking, language is a lot more cautious when you're running than it is after you're like, depending on the issue, you know, with this issue specifically, everyone's been so afraid to speak out unless you're already kind of in that caucus, like Rashida Tlaib or whatever. The fact that she's willing to commit to these stronger positions before even the Democratic convention, to me, it's a positive one. Still just words? Well, yeah, she's only the VP. She's not president, you know. Again, we're judging based on words right now. Words are all we have. If you want actions, then you can go back. There are plenty of reports, contemporary and past, that talk about how Zionist Biden is and Kamala being not so much. So you can look into that if you want, and we have looked into that on the stream. I'm only saying it's nice. It's nice that she's willing to bring up Islamophobia. It's nice that she's willing to say, do not become numb to the suffering. It's nice that she's willing to criticize Netanyahu, not directly, because she's shrewd, but effectively criticize Netanyahu immediately after meeting with him privately, whereas Biden wouldn't. It's nice that when she criticized the optically disastrous DC Union Station protest, she did so in a non-essentialist way and didn't deride the protest broadly, but only specific actions at the protest. It's nice, it's nice, it's nice, it's nice, it's nice. And by the way, you know, in addition to Netanyahu reportedly being upset after his meeting, which, good, fuck you, I really, really, really like the subtitle on this Fox News article. Reports say Netanyahu is worried that what Harris said publicly could threaten a hostage and ceasefire deal. But then when you read into it, what you actually realize it means is could threaten to implement a hostage ceasefire deal. Listen, the official added that, in their view, Netanyahu was irked with Harris speaking about a hostage and ceasefire deal as a way to end the war outright when Israel wants to be able to resume fighting after one is implemented. So the tagline here, which implies Harris is jeopardizing the potential for a hostage and ceasefire deal, actually means Harris is threatening to enable a hostage and ceasefire deal, which he doesn't want. Because he wants a forever war. Yeah, she's threatening us with peace, exactly. Two Israeli officials say Netanyahu's meeting with Biden was much more constructive than his meeting with Harris. What do you think constructive means to Hitlerite Israeli officials? You know, what do you think that means to them? Submissive and breedable, exactly. The Israeli officials and Netanyahu and his team were caught off guard by Harris's on-camera statement and taken aback by its tone, which they said sounded much more critical than Biden's. Next, Netanyahu meets with Trump. Oh, that would have already happened. That was Friday morning, so that would have been a few hours ago. Anyway, I think I've made the point here. Again, I don't want to come at this saying like Kamala Harris is like a super ultra lefty, you know, powerhouse of a candidate who's going to instantly, you know, lead a joint force of Hamas, Houthi, and Hezbollah forces to bring down Israel or whatever the fuck. I'm just saying that she's better, man. She's better. She's a lot better. Oh yeah, also the fact that she wants to replace Anthony Blinken as Secretary of State is a pretty significant jump as well. Like, she wants to replace a good bit of Biden's cabinet. That's also substantial, by the way. The fact that she wants to replace Biden's cabinet, or a significant portion of it, that's a pretty huge one. Thank you, Holic Master, for reminding me. Secretaries of State, Defense, and more. Afuera! Blinken is a jackass? Yeah, he is. Fuck him. Philip Gordon, perhaps. Well, maybe he shouldn't be such a fucking pussy then, okay, Comrade Robin Hood. I envision a beautiful future, okay? America takes the coconut pill, we get a two-state solution, somehow, and Gaza ends up becoming a world-class destination as a kind of like de facto city-state, okay? We're talking Singapore, but you're allowed to chew gum, folks. It's going to be beautiful, okay? GDP per capita of 103,000 USD. Just a beautiful, beautiful resort, you know. They're going to rebuild all those mosques and churches that were broken down. It's going to be great. They're going to build, there's going to be a beautiful wall, folks. There's going to be a beautiful wall. A wall much like a wall that we've seen before, but this one's going to be built by the Palestinians. They're going to keep the Israelis out. The Israelis are going to be mad. They're going to be throwing rocks across it. They're going to say, let us in. And the Palestinians are going to say no. The new Monaco, but better. Yeah. Israel has an iron dome. Gaza builds a gold dome. And Israel's going to pay for it? Goddamn right. Which means in practice, we're going to pay for it, you know. We should unironically pay for it, though. There is quite possibly no limit morally speaking, to the amount that we owe the Palestinian people for our role in their genocide. We're talking reparations, the likes of which the world has never seen, folks. Just get, like, you know, give them the same military deal we've been cutting Israel, you know? Just let the Palestinians manage their own defense. They've got like modern Abrams rolling down the streets of Gaza City. How would you go about building a wall around the West Bank? We're going to build a beautiful tunnel, underground highway between the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. Okay, just a big. It's going to be like the the English Channel. All right, we're going to build a big highway, a hyperloop. We're going to build a beautiful hyperloop. Alternatively, we make it an above ground highway. We just cut Israel in two. That'll make them mad. We do to Israel what highways did to Los Angeles, all right? We're going to cut you the fuck up. All right, that's enough. Okay, what the fuck are you people linking me? Okay, so the Labour Party dropped their case against the ICC. What happened exactly? Our statement on the UK's withdrawal of objection to the ICC chief prosecutor's case. So, Labour Friend of Israel is mad that the Labour Party is no longer questioning the ICC's decision to issue arrest warrants for Netanyahu. Is that it? Yeah, exactly. Whatever. I mean, it doesn't really even matter that much, right? Like, if Netanyahu ever does flee Israel, he'll flee to either America or Russia. It's another pressure point. The tides are shifting. They did this because they nearly lost a lot of frontbenchers in the election. If Labour did better in this election, then it never would have happened. He could be prosecuted in his own country for non-war crime-related reasons. If Netanyahu ever faces the threat of prosecution, he's fleeing 100%. There is literally no chance that Netanyahu sticks around for, like, a full list of trials. Or, like a full legal... Yeah, he's fleeing. Probably to the United States. He's going to go live down in Miami or whatever. Would he even survive in the U.S.? In Florida? Probably. Okay, what is this? Donald Trump may drop J.D. Vance for Nikki Haley. I don't believe that. Ex-Clinton advisor says? No, I don't believe that for a moment. I do believe that J.D. Vance is a rough pick, but I don't believe this for a moment. Newsweek. Rumors of Trump suffering buyer's remorse after choosing Vance.
Now they've got about 100 days of a honeymoon period that might very well last 50 to 60 days, where people are still going to be just excited that they have Kamala Harris. They're not going to dig into her record. They're not going to be bothered by her record because they're going to be so excited for probably the next 50 days. Well, we've only got about 100 until a general election and even fewer to early voting. Yeah. So don't get too comfortable on the Trump side. And I'm sure we're going to talk about this later, but the attacks on her personally, on whatever her past personally may have been, or calling her a childless lady, none of those are going to work, and they're going to make women second guess their support for what they may have felt for Donald Trump. Bad move. Woo.
Yeah, that's probably true. That's probably true. It really is important to remember that, like, as much as it may not seem like it's the case from the way you interact with this stuff online, most conservative women genuinely don't think that women are worse than men. They think that men and women have different roles, but they think that those different roles aren't like innately worse or better. Like, this is a copium thing, don't get me wrong, because sexism is rampant in conservative and non-conservative circles, but my experience with all the conservative women that I've ever known in my real life is that they weren't really like, I have never heard a conservative woman in my day-to-day life go like, yeah, I'm a woman, so I'm meek and I defer to men. What the fuck are you talking about? The only women who talk that way are LARPing trad wives on Twitter and YouTube who are like the breadwinners in the relationship because they get a ton of donos from their 99.9% male audience. Like, in real life, conservative women, like, go drive through Idaho and stop at like a roadside diner, like and like talk to the waitresses there. A lot of these motherfuckers are fire cats, you know? They deal with sexism, but it's not like they're personally meek. They often take a great sense of pride in being able to show the men in their lives that they can do it too. You know what I mean? You understand what I mean, right? Fire, did I say fire? I meant wildcat, but you know what I mean. So in spite of everything, like, the women you see online who are doing the conservative grifting are debasing themselves for a male audience who fetishize the idea of submissive women. In reality, the median conservative woman is not a meek trad wife or whatever. You know, they're trying to hold shit down, is what I'm saying. The trad wife thing is a grift. The trad wife thing is a grift, and it never existed in real life. It never existed in real life. Genuinely, it never did. You go back 500 years, you think the average, like, farm wife is this, like, waifish, like, beautiful, blue-eyed, blonde-haired, submissive, doting. She's fucking working, dog! She's got calluses on her hand. What are you talking about? The closest you're going to get to that is in, like, I don't know, 1800s nobility, where women's jobs were to be very pretty and wear giant dresses and walk around and promenade and stuff. But in those cases, their jobs were to be like the social gossip mongers. Like, wives were often chosen and preferred based on their sharp tongue because their job in an aristocracy was to be like the quiet, merchant of information, like a person who bolsters or ruins reputations behind the scenes. In an aristocracy, like, the women whose jobs it was to be pretty, they weren't meek. If they were meek, they couldn't do that job very well. If they weren't doing the whispering very well because they were meek, then the husband would be besmirched by her peers. You wouldn't want that. The trad wife thing has never really existed. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, sexism. It's fine. There we go. Back on track. The FBI kidnapped the head of the Sinaloa cartel with the help of El Chapo's son this morning. Mexico's going to have an explosion in cartel violence. Really? Huh.
Breaking overnight. They got him. U.S. authorities say they have captured 2 Mexican drug kingpins, including former cartel boss El Chapo's son. The 2 were arrested in the U.S. after evading law enforcement for decades. Officials say Ismael Zambada, known as El Mayo, and Joaquin Guzman Lopez, the son of El Chapo.
For all the... Okay.
But were taken into custody after boarding a plane under the pretense of inspecting a property in Mexico when they got a surprise of their lives. Let's get straight to CNN's Polo Sandoval with the details. So what happened? They got him on this plane and then...
So we can't overstate this enough. This is a massive victory for the U.S. government, Sarah. You have one of the most wanted cartel bosses, at least wanted by the federal government, a multi-million-dollar price on his head, who, together with Joaquin Guzman, we all know him as El Chapo, helped actually establish the Sinaloa cartel, was essentially tricked to fly into the waiting arms of U.S. law enforcement. It really reads out of a Narcos episode, but it's reality here. A little bit about Ismael Zambada, who's known by authorities as El Mayo.
Can you imagine getting ratted on by a guy who looks like this? The like pasty fail son of a drug lord legend. Man.
Saw, according to federal prosecutors, the manufacturing and the distribution of narcotics going all the way back to 1989 and up until this year. According to federal prosecutors, El Mayo in his mid-70s, this is an old school kind of cartel boss, right? He kept a low profile, unlike his partner. Probably one of the reasons why up until now he hadn't actually set foot in a cell. In fact, it's very difficult even finding recent photographs of this individual. But some of those pictures that you just saw a short while ago, those were actually taken not far from El Paso, about 20 miles away from El Paso, according to what I've heard, as well as some of my other colleagues heard from.
I'm sorry, what a massive victory for the U.S. government. Yeah, because the cartel sells here. The cartel operates in Mexico or south of there, but like American like federal agents and drug enforcement and what have you are involved like pretty much all up and down the Americas, because I mean, it's, you know, it's all in our backyard, right? And it does affect us. That's a pretty big deal. I wonder what the response is going to be. Like, you know, what the consequences are. God damn. They aren't even trying to solve the problems in our streets with fentanyl and cartels, but yeah, let's go kidnap some hot dogs. Well, they're not kidnapping them, man. They're arresting them. They're cartel lords. It's actually okay. Yeah, listen, okay, I hate the U.S. government too, but you're not going to catch me saying that they don't have it coming, all right? They have this and worse coming. They are very, very bad people, okay? Very bad people. Does the cartel bleed up into the USA? Like, what do they do to us? They sell to us. The cartel doesn't engage in that much violence north of the border because we're America and we have like a lot of money and police. We don't really have no-go zones the way Mexico does. But yeah, they get their guns from us. We get our drugs from them. And, you know, it sort of contributes to a big economic chain that runs down like all the way through the Americas, you know? The cartel does sell out to police and border security, though, right? There are plenty of corrupt police north of the border, like in Texas and stuff, that like get checks cut to them from the cartel to allow like the free flow of drugs into the U.S. Yeah. Oh, I didn't know they buy our guns. We're America, motherfucker. We have all the guns. Well, at least that's funny, okay, Comrade Robin Hood. Most drugs that come through the border come from U.S. citizens. Yeah, not through undocumented immigrants. Why the fuck, if you were a cartel boss, would you hedge your multi-billion-dollar business on the ability for highly scrutinized, undocumented immigrants to carry drugs across the border? Why wouldn't you just use citizens? There are plenty of U.S. citizens who are, yeah, cartel affiliated. Or just members of the cartel.
Some of those investigators, those sources close to the investigation. He stepped aboard this airplane yesterday under false pretenses that he would be flying to see a property, potentially to buy it. And he had no idea that this plane would eventually land near El Paso, where U.S. authorities were waiting. As you can see in that footage, you see some of those federal investigators on the ground. They even actually attach a chain to the propeller of the plane that is believed to have been the one that actually flew El Mayo, as well as Joaquin Guzman.
Starting to see more MZ social accounts coalescing with Mayo Flaco as the new leader of the Mayo Zambada faction of the Sinaloa cartel. That seems like a dangerous thing to do. I guess you kind of have to show your allegiance very quickly. Nice piece. I love drug cartel guns. They love their shiny bling.
Lopez, one of Chapo's sons, who's accused of also running the Sinaloa crime syndicate. While his whereabouts, while El Mayo's whereabouts are still unclear, I can tell you, Sarah, that a U.S. DOJ aircraft that's frequently used for extraditions of fugitives and of suspects traveled from El Paso to the Chicago area this morning, and that is important because El Mayo actually has an outstanding indictment, one of several there in that district. You know, one of the big questions, will this actually reshape the cartel landscape? Right. Is the Sinaloa cartel no more? I can tell you, absolutely not. If anything, what I've seen in the past, this only leads to infighting, friction, and a power struggle to fill a void. Apparently, and what a void this is, especially for this sort of elder cartel boss that is now in U.S. custody. And then the final and perhaps the most key question here, who actually betrayed him? There is some reporting out there and several leads that we're following that suggested it possibly was from within the Sinaloa cartel syndicate, but not yet ready to actually go there. Finally, I do want you to hear directly from the U.S. Attorney General that was ultimately the one who finally confirmed this hours after we started hearing about this yesterday afternoon, about the significance of this arrest.
Fentanyl is the deadliest drug threat our country has ever faced.
Skill issue.
The Justice Department will not rest until every single cartel leader, member, and associate responsible for poisoning our communities is held accountable.
Could this help Kamala? Probably not, no, because the organizations that made the arrest aren't either like explicitly political or don't really care for the Democrats, right? Like, you're probably not going to get ICE or Border Patrol making those statements. It's possible that this leads to good outcomes, but in the immediate sense, it's probably going to lead to a lot of violence south of the border. And that might lead actually to more undocumented immigration or more migrancy.
Major Garland, really sort of punctuating the significance of this because the Sinaloa cartel, according to the DA, is believed to have provided or at least manufactured and distributed a majority of the fentanyl that has ended up here in the United States, killing many, many Americans.
Yeah, thousands and thousands of Americans. It is an incredible get.
Billions and billions. The Sinaloa guys, man, pretty wacky. This is like the other guy, man. Throughout the 90s and aughts, the Sinaloa cartel, under the leadership of figures like El Chapo and El Mayo, and they got El Chapo, and now they've gotten El Mayo. No wonder they're breaking apart into a bunch of different factions. As of 2023, the cartel remains Mexico's most dominant drug cartel. The cartel was headed by old-school leader Ishmael El Mayo Zambada and Guzman's other sons until 2024, when both Ishmael El Mayo Zambada and Joaquin Guzman Lopez were arrested by U.S. authorities in El Paso, Texas. The cartel has had a significant impact in the war on drugs. Is there like an estimate on how much they move? I guess it's impossible to know exactly how much. The focal point for Sinaloa in Chicago is the city's Little Village neighborhood. From this strategic point, the cartel distributes their product at the wholesale level to dozens of local street gangs, as much as 2 metric tons a month in a city with over 117,000 documented gang members. Cool. Tens of billions a year. Yeah, it's a lot. The foot soldiers in Sinaloa are very pissed and openly threatening war against El Chapo family's faction of the Sinaloa cartel because it's now known El Chapo's son snitched in El Mayo. These guys sure are wacky, huh? Cartels and their pride. God damn. They kill women like crazy too. Yeah, don't try to sell me on them. Yeah, it's pretty bad. We'll see how it goes. Wait, hold on. Praise to God Almighty. I'm favored financially with Bitcoin ETFs. Thank you, buddy. $63,700 biweekly profit, regardless of how bad it gets on the economy. Dead internet theory. Man. Thanks, man. U.S. men's basketball Ralph Lauren fits are so bad. How? They look pog. Jeans? Yeah, that's the outfit. The stripe is a little goofy. This is like the most American outfit imaginable. The jeans are too skinny. No. Guys, those aren't suiting trousers. They're jeans. They're good. It's all good. They look like private school kids. Yes, that's because they're dressing in the 1960s style, the Ivy League fashion. Blazers, Ivy League schools have a stripe along the lapel and front and bottom, the edges of the shorter, more casual jacket, and jeans. Look. They're dressed very specifically. That's not like a random... it's not like a random detail or anything. It's... let me see if I can find... Where's the graduation? I think it's the stripe is a graduation detail. They still do it in places like Stanford. Derek Guy has spoken. They should have drafted new patterns for each of these guys. They're all such unusual builds. There's no way they can fit into these block patterns made for the average consumer. Okay, that I don't disagree with. It is true, though, that LeBron's jacket is coming up, like, above his butt crack, which is crazy. Heard rumors that this guy is tall. Didn't Derek Guy have a fucking thread on this? Like, on the Ivy style before? I like the style a lot. Let me see if I can... Did I find it? Yay, I found it. Okay, good. It's only 400 tweets long. Da-da-da. History, 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 history. Here we go. This is the Ivy style. See? You have like casual chinos or sometimes even jeans, skinny ties, striped button-down or Oxford shirts. It's like more casual suiting. Usually you have like a kind of tan navy thing going on. And here we go. The rowing... Okay, rowing, not graduation. Worn by members of rowing clubs with the unusual stripes denoting the team's colors. There we go. And here's Yale and Harvard. So they're doing like an Ivy style dress. The kids of oligarchs have no style. I don't know what you're talking about. They look insanely good. Nowadays, yeah, kids of oligarchs have no style. I don't fucking like this, though. This is like the most American outfit imaginable. This is like American tailoring, divorced from, well, not divorced from, but like divergent from its European history. You don't want any like European suiting trends in our American Olympic outfit, do you? It just looks dumb. Okay, well, whatever. Who cares? Who cares anyway? The Mongolian team is the best drip, and it's not even close. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's more traditional. You know, American tailoring historically has always been about less formality. There was controversy around it in Mongolia, though. There's always controversy. There's always controversy. Veronica Tash, I have to say, I've noticed you like 3 times today. And that's usually bad news for you. Yeah, I think I'm giving you the day just on account of you being annoying. Show the logs. It's like the worst kind of annoying where it's nothing even like big or specific. It's just a vibes thing. Oh, speaking of American Ivy style fashion, take a look at this. A local fashion boutique, Blue Owl Workshop, recently released a very nice collab Ivy League bomber jacket. Look at that. It's very expensive. It's a little bit too sporty for me, I think, but looks very, very nice. You'd look good in it. I could go there and try it. All right, we need to move on. We need to do politics, folks. Politics, that's what they pay me for. Oh, shit, I just closed the tab that I was about to talk about. Gavin Newsom, my favorite guy. Mr. Good Socks, I just might. Issues executive order for removal of homeless encampments in California. That's a lot of homeless encampments. Is this a relevant video? Or is this just like a random video for fun?
Homeless encampments across California may soon be taken down with more urgency, sparked by a recent U.S. Supreme Court decision allowing an Oregon city to issue citations and arrests for sleeping outside. Governor Gavin Newsom issued a state order directing California officials to, quote, move urgently to address dangerous encampments while supporting and assisting the individuals living in them.
Don't be fooled. You know fully well the authorities, the police, have the ability to, quote, address dangerous encampments. What do you think the police can do to support and assist the individuals living in them? Exactly.
Some homeless advocates were caught off guard and outraged.
This is really a punch in the gut.
Super sad and disappointing.
Jennifer Friedenbach says she already sees thousands of people on a wait list for housing in San Francisco and that all the city's shelter beds are already full.
They want to basically crack down on folks who have no other choice.
California has the largest homeless population in the nation, more than 180,000 people, according to a 2023 homelessness assessment report to Congress. The state's policies following the Supreme Court decision are being closely watched by other cities and states across the nation. An estimated 650,000 people are experiencing homelessness nationwide, more than a 12% increase since 2020. About a dozen big city mayors across California support the governor's directive while emphasizing a need for housing solutions.
Which, of course, you're not putting through.
Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass put out her own statement pushing back on, quote, strategies that just move people along from one neighborhood to the next. She said homelessness in Los Angeles is already decreasing from programs to get people into permanent housing and called on Newsom to continue collaborating on strategies that work. Homeless advocates question the timing of Newsom's order.
The Newsom executive order, in a lot of ways, is performative. These kind of measures that just, kind of have the fake appearance of doing something, actually waste resources and make a really horrible situation for everyone, most of all unhoused people, worse.
The governor spoke with CNN's Jake Tapper in February about making housing more affordable.
A lot of people are now facing these choices where they have to live in their car because they can't afford rent. What is California doing about that?
They did. They allocated like $900 million for shelter and housing. Irrelevant and meaningless. We already know what helps bring homelessness down, and it's Housing First initiative. I know what these shelter and housing programs look like. Okay, I grew up in LA. Okay, unless we're talking some. First of all, $1 billion is like a pithy nothing in the face of this many people. Okay, the long-term solution, you develop job availability more equitably. You develop resources for addicts. Housing First initiatives, you build out the facilities for that, but none of this is happening. None of this is happening.
Roll their eyes, but I mean it. The most significant reform of the Medicaid system, Medi-Cal in the state of California. But part of those strategies include housing and supports for rent and connecting that to the Medicaid system.
Housing the unhoused, according to advocates, often comes down to the issue of supply and demand, the need to build more housing that's affordable to those who want and desperately need it.
It's not just that. There's like a whole there's like a network of problems that are being addressed here. The LA mayor is correct in that all this really does is sort of performatively push people from one neighborhood to the next. This is still fucking insane though, man. Like, it's the largest state in the union doing this from like a state level executive order, not even a city level, a state level.
Breaking news this morning, we're hearing from Governor Gavin Newsom after he issued an executive order that directs local authorities to begin dismantling homeless encampments. KTLA's Omar Lewis live now in Hollywood with those details. Omar, good morning.
Jessica, good morning. Yeah, that executive order from the governor is aimed at dismantling thousands of homeless encampments just like this one here on Hollywood Boulevard this morning. The move follows a landmark Supreme Court decision which gave local leaders greater authority to remove homeless.
This guy's not becoming VP. Don't you all worry about it.
Encampments. And this morning on X, Governor Newsom releasing a video statement about the new executive order. Take a listen.
I don't think there's anything more urgent and more frustrating than addressing the issue of encampments in the state of California. Over the course of the last number of years, the state has stepped up.
The issue being the discomfort of housed people as they walk by the homeless.
In the past, we provided no support, no resources to cities and counties to clean up encampments like this. Today, we've invested now over $1 billion in encampment resolution grants.
The plan from the governor is now ordering California cities and counties to adopt local policies and to use all available resources.
Oh, sorry.
When it comes to how best to dismantle homeless encampments. It also encourages local governments to ramp up enforcement that emulates the state's models. Now, state agencies now provide 48 to 72 hours notice before clearing encampments, and personal belongings will be bagged, tagged, and stored for at least 60 days. The Supreme Court's decision has left cities in a conundrum, however, weighing the need for enforcement against the rights of those who have nowhere else to go. Enforcement also remains.
How is that a conundrum? It's literally like the conundrum between ruining people's lives and the lives of the people being ruined. What are you talking about? That's not the conundrum. That's the thing you're doing. The conundrum of the outcomes of the actions that we're doing to incur the outcome
is an unresolved issue, as the state cannot compel cities to adopt these new measures, but can only advise and incentivize them through funding control. Local leaders like LA's Mayor Karen Bass will now be trying to balance enforcement with compassion. Take a listen.
This
This is going to be
Oh my
an
God.
interesting question about the difference between the state government policy and localities like Los Angeles, where Mayor Bass has said she doesn't want to use these anti-camping ordinances. There's no doubt that the Supreme Court's decision allows a state to do what Governor Newsom is doing here. You just still have to make sure that with respect to every other individual right, you aren't trampling on that.
The streets of California are home to an estimated 180,000 homeless people, the most in the nation, and these encampments are a stark reminder of the state's ongoing housing crisis. This sweeping order comes with its own set of limitations as the effectiveness of such measures is now under scrutiny. A recent Rand Corporation study suggested that dismantling encampments might not have a long-term impact on...
Who could have fucking guessed? Wow. That's crazy.
Reducing homelessness. Meanwhile, civil liberties groups, they are set to challenge any heavy-handed enforcement, ensuring that protections against excessive fines and due process violations are being upheld. Back out here live, we can tell you that Caltrans has already been active, clearing over 11,000 campsites since 2021. Under this new directive, we know that other state agencies like California State Parks and Fish and Wildlife will now be directed to take similar measures as well, with given a priority to those encampments that pose the largest health and safety risks.
It's fucking crazy, dude. I don't even have much to say because it's all so obvious. I guess I wish there was just like a video statement of Gavin Newsom being like, yeah, this is why I think this is a good idea, but I know I'm not going to get that.
Well, this is a pivotal moment in California issue.
Today I announced an executive order. The
state has invested billions of dollars to address the housing crisis. It comes after a Supreme Court ruling that made it easier for cities to remove tents and punish people for sleeping on sidewalks. But at the Coalition on Homelessness in San Francisco, which is embattled in a Ninth Circuit Court lawsuit with the city.
It was really, I think, a big slap in the face of unhoused people who are really suffering without having access to water, electricity, a door to lock, a bed to sleep in.
There are more than 8,000 unhoused in SF, according to city data, and Mayor London Breed recently said she plans to aggressively pursue clearing more encampments starting next month. Her office said the city is already doing what the governor is calling for, saying in a statement,
I don't get it. Where do they want the homeless people to go? Well, they want the homeless people to die. They just can't say that. They want the homeless people to be removed from their encampments and to just sort of vanish. Like that is the only, like, look, you can assume one of two things, okay? You can assume either that the people pushing for these policies are invalids with no object permanence who think, if I clear this camp, that means the problem's gone, smile. Or you can assume that they have some sapience and rather that they understand that what they're trying to do is just sort of remove homeless people. And they will either make a new encampment somewhere or they'll die.
This is why we are seeing a 5-year low in the city's tent count on our streets. We have made significant investments in shelter and housing. But a UCSF statewide study last year found addressing people before they become unhoused is key. It found participants reported an average monthly income of $960 in the 6 months prior to becoming homeless and believe rental subsidies or one-time financial help would have prevented it.
It's just, this is what we've been doing. We've been sweeping all along and violating people's human rights. And it hasn't worked, and it exacerbates homelessness. So we'd like to see a real shift. We'd like to see a shift towards the policymakers really looking at solving the issue by investing in prevention.
The mayor's office says it's also waiting for next week when it expects the Ninth Circuit Court to lift that injunction, which would allow it to implement new policies under the Supreme.
That's enough of this. Yeah, the people in the comment section seem to have the right head about it, more or less. Yeah, pretty much everyone is just one medical disaster or one very expensive accident away from homelessness, or at the very least from being sent back to their parents' couch. Yeah, of course, Masagui. They should build more housing. One of the reasons why the homelessness crisis is so bad in California is just because there's not enough housing. And a lot of that is because in the major population centers in California, such as San Diego, Los Angeles, and San Francisco, they're allergic to building new housing. Seriously, if you ever go down to Los Angeles and look at all the, like, drive past these Zillow-listed $2.5 million homes, and a lot of them are literally, like, single-story ranch-style homes with a bunch of dead lawn, a driveway on either side. You're talking, like, 1,400 square feet taking up a 6,000-foot lot. And this is, like, in one of the most populated cities in the world, you know? Not enough progress, Dusty Poncho. They can't build new low-income housing because of a racist law implemented in the 50s. Why California lawmakers are giving up a bid to repeal a nearly 75-year-old anti-public housing measure. Article 34 requires the approval of local voters before public housing can be built. Yep, that sounds about right. Did you guys see that, I saw it on Twitter. Did you guys see this thing recently where in Los Angeles there was this ugly grass patch called a park, where they wanted to put like a swing set on there to make the kids in the neighborhood, like, so they could have something to do, and a bunch of people showed up, like a bunch of octogenarian fucks showed up, and they were like, we think a swing would encourage foul play or something like that. Can I find this? I need to find this. It's so fucking relevant to what we're talking about, man. I'm trying to find it. Hold on. Los Angeles Park Public Forum. Yeah, I can't find any. Damn it. Oh, man, it's so relevant, too. That's so frustrating. Sounds like a Park and Rec episode. It genuinely was like, it's however bad you think it is, it's worse than that. I just can't find it. I'm struggling too. I know exactly what you're talking about. It is so frustrating. If I just scroll through my feed. Is this it? Yes! Yeah.
Something a playground. This is my local park. It's kind of boring. Something a playground would improve it. Others, not so much.
This is just so wrong. Drug paraphernalia, needles, it's going to congregate here at night.
Coyotes roam this park. Children have been nabbed by the coyotes.
I have the feeling that there may be more cars parking. We need less cars, no more.
2 swings and a slide. This is so controversial, our city councilman had to hold a community forum.
40% of households in this neighborhood have children.
This might come across as a little bit harsh, so I can't say it for YouTube. All I'm saying is the people here showing up who are this opposed to 2 swings and I don't know.
Don't have a space to congregate, to meet other parents, to get to know each other. The people who want this most.
It's literally a bunch of like 60 to 80-year-olds saying, no, you can't put up 2 swings here because of like immigrants or something. It's insane.
Not able to come up. They're not here. It's our children. It's the children who haven't been born yet. This playground
It's for the children.
Councilman Kevin De Leon listened to every single person who wanted to speak. It took over 2 hours. And on one hand, I respect that. Los Angeles does have a history of ignoring its citizens. It's demolished entire neighborhoods to build freeways. But this feels like an overcorrection. Should we have a community forum to plant a tree, fill a pothole, install a speed bump? This park is objectively underutilized. With a couple thousand kids in walking distance, a playground is a no-brainer. It should have already been built. Instead, Councilman De Leon asked, and 60% of my neighbors are against it. Now we'll see whether he has the political courage to act anyway.
I really do despise them. I really do despise. I hate them more than you could possibly imagine.
This is my local.
Oh, I'm sorry. Auto played. Why are they against the playground? Because they're demons. They're not human beings like you and I. They don't have an internal monologue. They're demons. They're empty vessels of hate sent here by Satan to make life worse for the rest of us. God, that shit is exhausting to think about. Kamala raising 20K a minute. God damn. Sorry. No, Tootie Siggy, not yet. I thought this was like a funny addendum. Remember when the other day Elon Musk was interviewed by Jordan Peterson with that electric magnetic charisma bouncing back and forth, and Elon was like, so it's not even that he was transphobic to his trans daughter, because that's one thing, and I expect that. It's that it was in such a cringe way, like unironically saying the woke mind virus killed my son. Like it's so indicative of a person who doesn't have any real thoughts or opinions, but just consumes and regurgitates like the memes and Twitter feed dreck that he consumes, and it just like it completely shapes his personality. You know, I got tricked into supporting gender affirming care. Anyway, his daughter did a big thread on Threads, the screenshots of which have gone gangbusters here on Twitter. So, you know. And she says, and we stand, by the way, we do in fact stand. Can you imagine how emotionally distressing it must be to have your hyper oligarch father publicly dead name you, whine about you, say you were tricked into supporting her, say that she's dead to you, etc., you know? Anyway, there's a lot of stuff I need to debunk, which I will get to, don't worry, but I want to start with what I think is, I find the funniest, which is the notorious slightly autistic tweet. So this is when Elon said that his trans daughter was born, quote, gay and slightly autistic, two attributes that contribute to gender dysphoria. I knew that from when he was about 4 years old, and he would pick out clothes for me to wear, like a jacket, and tells me it was fabulous, as well as his love of musicals and theater, but he was not a girl. And Vivian says, this is entirely fake. Like, none of this ever happened, ever. I don't even know where he got this from. My best bet is that he went to the Milo Yiannopoulos School of Gay Stereotypes and just picked some at random and said, good enough, in a last-ditch attempt to garner sympathy points when he's so obviously in the wrong, even in his own fucking story. The idea that, like, Elon has ever meaningfully engaged with his children is... it defies belief to begin with, to be honest with you. But also the idea that Elon doesn't really know or believe anything, so he just gets these stereotypes about gay or trans people from what he sees other reactionaries saying and doesn't have any actual experience as a father to pull from. Incredibly funny to think about. Incredibly funny. I did not have a love of musicals in theaters when I was 4 because, you know, I was fucking 4. I did not know what these things were. My earliest real experience with musicals was when my twin brother had a Hamilton phase in 8th or 9th grade and overplayed it so much in the car to the point where for a long time I swore off the whole genre. I never picked out jackets for him to wear, and I was most certainly not calling them fabulous because literally what the fuck? 4-year-olds love to say fabulous, by the way. You know, 4-year-olds love that shit. There's nothing 4-year-olds love than being really into musicals when you're too young, even for preschool, and saying fabulous. I bet she said it like that too, you know? I did not use the word fabulous when I was 4 because once again, I would like to reiterate, I was 4. Like, this is so obvious, I don't think it even warrants explanation, but apparently people believe this nonsense, so here I am. So here I am. Only Elon would be stupid enough not only to, in an attempt to get like recognition and accolades from neo-Nazis on Twitter, not only lie about his daughter, but lie so unconvincingly that it doesn't even pass like the sniff test, basically. Like you could like, oh, really? You're a 4-year-old, you know? That's what was happening. That's crazy. It's wild to think about, like that he's stupid enough to think that would pass. The entire thing is made up, and there's a reason for this. He doesn't know what I was like as a child because he quite simply wasn't there. And in the little time that he was, I was relentlessly harassed for my femininity and queerness. Yeah, that tracks. Obviously, he can't say that, so I've been reduced to a happy little stereotype fagging along to use at his discretion. I think that says a lot about how he views queer people and children in general. As for if I'm a woman, sure, Jan, whatever you say. I'm legally recognized as a woman in the state of California, and I don't concern myself with the opinions of those who are below me. Obviously, Elon can't say the same because in a ketamine-fueled haze, he's desperate for attention and validation from an army of degenerate red-pilled incels and pick-me's who are quick to give it to him. Go touch some grass. And then someone else replies, extremely shocked to hear this douchebag is a liar. Hope you're not too bothered by what he says about you. And Vivian says, I'm not, lol. I've just started to find it funny at this point. Calling me dead on a podcast with Jordan Peterson of all people, while basically admitting you have zero reading comprehension by saying you were tricked into signing documents that you read over multiple times, is basically a parody of itself. Like, it's honestly camp. So Vivian, I guess, deciding to break pseudo-public silence, to trash her father in a way that gets her significantly more attention on his website than his trashing of her does. Incredibly fucking funny. Following this, Grimes, the weirdo that she is, nonetheless, said she's proud of Vivian, so that's nice, you know. That's very nice. Vivian dropped more posts. Yeah, no, Vivian's been going off. That was just the fucking, I mean, why not, right? Interesting to see conservatives' reactions to this, where I'm being treated as both a helpless victim of some elite cabal of neo-Marxists / trans activists / insert buzzwords here / whatever, who was cruelly scooped up and taken away, yet simultaneously as some vindictive master manipulator, quote, tricking Elon into signing documents that he had read. Because in order for their worldview to make any sense, both of these have to be true at the same time. Obviously, this doesn't make any sense whatsoever, so I'm being both infantilized and villainized. Because this anti-trans crusade was never about protecting the children. It was about trying to justify conservatives' own outdated and ugly prejudices by shielding it behind even the most fragile of barriers. I'd be worried about her, honestly, like in a security sense, because I feel like, you know, given how insane Elon supporters are, you never know, right? She's well-spoken. Well, she is, yes, but she's also just not Elon. Elon's genuinely a fucking retard, is the problem. Every public interaction, everything he says and does, Elon just comes across low IQ. The only reason anyone thinks otherwise is because he's wealthy and powerful. That's literally it. That's all. By the way, I looked to see, like, to sort of gauge his intellectual caliber, I looked to see what he was up to. He last tweeted 51 seconds ago. And it's responding to a Truth Social post from Donald Trump. Truth Social, which he uses, by the way, because Donald Trump pridefully refuses to use Twitter after having been banned by it, despite Elon unbanning him and begging him to use the platform again. To which Elon says based, insane, exclamation point, exclamation point. Don't send them to school in California. Ah, right, because Elon has experience sending his children to school in California, and they ended up, like, roasting him on Threads. From America First Legal, what is the Biden-Harris-Edmonds illegal CBP1 app? Wow, this is crazy. Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. In response to Vivek Ramaswamy, wise words. I read Jane Austen. Okay. So anyway, yeah, he you know, again, like people who believe in meritocracy see things as always. I know I don't have much to say, I guess, really, other than like repeating what Vivian said, but to be honest with you, she kind of said it, didn't she? You know? It's just, I really hope that Vivian keeps with it, by the way, because one thing that Elon, very much like Donald Trump, Elon is an oligarch with a very fragile ego, and I genuinely think that it would be very disruptive to him to have a child constantly needling him from afar, you know? And it is very funny that in like a Daily Wire published interview with Jordan Peterson, that interview and its contents have been largely ignored. The only thing, guys, have you seen any content from that interview except for people criticizing or Republicans celebrating his disgusting language about his daughter? It was a 2-hour interview between Elon Musk and Jordan Peterson. Yeah, it didn't get much traction, probably because it was boring as shit. I looked at it because when I was going to go over it, at first I thought I'll go over the whole video, of course, because content, homie, I can just sit here and like, you know, like, I don't know, fucking junk it, and by it I mean my peepness, for 2 hours and get donations. I love that. I love free money. But I'd take a look at it before stream starts and I'm like, okay, so what is it like exactly? It's fucking boring. It's incredibly boring. The whole thing was really, really, really genuinely extremely uninteresting. So the Twitter clips, we go. And it seems everyone else agrees, which is the reason why that's the only shit that gets rebroadcasted. And that still gets less attention than Vivian roasting him on Threads. It's nice. It's nice. I don't know. Anyway, we're all Vivian stands here. She's a young trans woman, so I guess I preemptively condemn the weird Hearts of Iron 4 interest and I don't know, the specifically bad opinions on certain video games. I don't know. You know, it's just covering my bases. We support her broadly. We distance from some things ourselves. It's fine. We wish her the best. There was an NBC interview with Vivian in addition to the Threads post. He's activated his daughter. Elon Musk's trans daughter in first interview says he berated her for being queer as a child. I think he was under the assumption that I wasn't going to say anything and I would let this just go unchallenged, Wilson said in a phone interview. Wilson? Oh, that's the last name. Oh, right. Because she completely cut herself from Elon legally. Like she hates him so much that she went to the court and like, yeah. Okay, as you see. Because Wilson's also a first name, but it's not Vivian's given dead first name. So I was curious, like, what's going on here? If we found new and innovative ways of dead naming, I don't know. I'm just making sure. I wouldn't expect that from this article, but you know, just making sure. The woke mob will come at you for accidentally dead naming people. You know that? It's crazy. They won't let you say anything. Why do my sleeve cuff come undone? There you go. I mean, who wants to be called Musk? It's a really dumb name. That's true. Anyway, Wilson said that for as long as she could remember, Musk hasn't been a supportive father. She said he was rarely present in her life, leaving her and her siblings to be cared for by their mother or by nannies, even though Musk had joint custody. By the way, fuck Grimes for not having already done 57 giant exposés on the fact that he was undeniably an abusive, absent parent. You know? Like, fuck, seriously. or bananas, even though Musk had joint custody, and she said Musk berated her when he was present. He was cold, quick to anger, uncaring, and narcissistic. Wilson said that when she was a child, Musk would harass her for exhibiting feminine traits and pressure her to appear more masculine, including by pushing her to deepen her voice as early as elementary school. That's fucking weird. That's like grooming. The deepening of a voice is a secondary sexual characteristic. Elon hurriedly inspecting the bodies of his underage presumed male children. Where's your armpit hair? I was in 4th grade. We went on this road trip that I didn't know was actually just an advertisement for one of the cars. I don't remember which one, and he was constantly yelling at me viciously because my voice was too high. It was cruel. Musk didn't respond to a request for comment. Oh man, I bet he regrets talking about his daughter. Oh my God. Sought court approval in 2022 in California to change her name and denounced her father. I no longer live with or wish to be related to my biological father in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, I knew that one. And the rest of it seems like it's a recap of what Elon said. Oh well, fuck him and accolades to her. Wait, Musk is only 53? How old is Elon Musk? Is he really only 53? 50? Man, he looks like shit. The rest isn't a recap. There's more. More that I don't know. I've been reduced to a happy little gay stereotype. Hey, NBC News! I read the threads. She did not say happy little stereotype. She said something else there. Yo, did they misquote? Whoa, fake news media? Wilson was also mentioned in a biography of Musk by author Walter Isaacson, a book that she told NBC News was inaccurate and unfair to her. The book refers to her politics as radical Marxism, quoting Musk's sister-in-law, Christiana Musk, but Wilson said she's not a Marxist, though she does oppose wealth inequality. The book also calls her by her middle name, Jenna. Wilson said Isaacson never reached out to her directly ahead of the publication. In a phone interview Thursday, Isaacson said he had reached out to Wilson through family members. Right, well, I remember this biography was literally just a puff piece. Like, it literally just like Musk would have paid to have him write a door. And you're not going to reach out to the estranged trans daughter who doesn't like him, obviously. You can just fucking lie about her. She said she never received an explanation for why her father spent so little time with her and her siblings, behavior that she now views as strange. He was there, I want to say, maybe 10% of the time. That's generous. He had half custody and he fully was not there. It was just a fact of life at the time, so I don't think I realized just how abnormal of an experience it was. Wilson said she came out twice in life, once as gay in 8th grade and a second time as trans when she was 16. She said that she doesn't recall Musk's response the first time, and she wasn't present when Musk heard from others she was trans because by then the pandemic had started and she was living full-time with her mother. She's very supportive. I love her a lot. Aw. The pandemic was a chance to escape Musk's cruelty, she said. When COVID hit, I was like, I'm not going over there, she said. It's basically very lucky timing. I really hope Musk gets baited into responding to this extensively because it would probably lead to more roasting from Vivian. Oh my God. Wilson said that in 2020, when she was still a minor at 16, she wanted to start treatment for severe gender dysphoria, but needed the consent of both parents under California law. She said that her mother was supportive, but that Musk initially wasn't. She said she texted him about it for a while. I was trying to do this for months, but he said I had to go meet with him in person, she said. At this point, it was very clear that we both had a very distinct disdain for each other. When she eventually went and gave him the medical forms, she said, he read them at least twice, once with her and then again on his own before he signed them. He was not by any means tricked. He knew the full side effects. Right. Puberty blockers and HRT are good. We know that much. Nice. Elon is such a retard. True! Do you remember this old video where another girlfriend accidentally admits to wanting to leave him and never see him again? All I remember was that one time where someone else said that Elon was like dancing with his girlfriend at another person's wedding, and Elon was saying some shit about how she was his property or whatever.
My parents are traumatized by this whole experience. Although there's been so many times that, right, I'm getting on a plane to England and I'm never going to see you again.
Really?
No. No, not really.
I don't know any of the context behind this one. I'm sorry. What I find funny about the Vivian segment is these people would balk at the idea that children could understand their sexual identity as young as 2, but are willing to believe a child could be brainwashed as a gay and autistic child at 4. Yeah, the conservatives' beliefs of like whether or not your identity can exist when you're young, or like to what extent it can be influenced or changed, is completely inconsistent, you know? Like, straight people will say, oh yeah, you know, this 2-year-old kid, this 2-year-old boy, like, stared at the nanny's tits. Like, wow, haha, he's going to be a lady killer when he grows up. Or they'll say, like, yeah, I knew I was straight when I was, like, 5. But then a gay kid who's 14 will be like, yeah, I'm gay. And they'll be like, you can't know that at 14. Why are you sexualizing yourself? You know? Elon thinks that a man can't become a woman, but, and I'm not shitting you, 2 days ago he tweeted that with the right DNA treatment, a human could become a butterfly. I'm not even getting into that one, man. He genuinely just has like the mind of pudding. Like fucking incredible. Huh? There's no additional context for me to add to that, by the way. They don't think being gay is real. Yeah, have you ever heard the conservative talking point of like all gay people were sexually abused as kids? This used to be a very mainstream one, and it's kind of fallen out of favor, and now it's kind of coming back a little bit. Most conservatives on some level, at least the more like ideologically hardliner ones, believe that you can't actually be gay or trans. It's a delusional belief. Like, there are only straight and cis people, and anyone who believes otherwise must have been abused into believing it, or grooming, or whatever. Even if being gay was exclusively the product of abuse, which again, it's obviously not. That's demonstrably falsifiable and not true. But even if it was, it wouldn't make sense to say then that it wouldn't be real. Like, is an identity not real if it only is a product of tragedy? If that's the case, like, well, PTSD can't be real because that's the product of trauma. Like, could you say then that like a nail could never be bent because like you would have to hit it with a hammer for it to be? It doesn't make sense. Like, like on a fundamental like quality of things, this is how reality works level, it doesn't work, you know? But they use it's functionally a way for them to say like, no, you're a degenerate, like you're outside the natural order, you know. It doesn't. No, whatever. They do deny PTSD sometimes. It fails on a fundamental. Like, you can only be X because Y happened. That means that X isn't real. That doesn't make any sense. That's not logically, like, that's not a logical through line. You only like grilled cheese sandwiches because you had a grilled cheese sandwich, then you don't actually like grilled cheese sandwiches. Real grilled cheese sandwich enjoyers know that they like it from birth without even having ever had one or know what they are. Like, you know, they're like, a real grilled cheese sandwich enjoyer would not be like groomed into it by having needed to have had a grilled cheese sandwich. Yeah, it's just a fundamental trait. Actually, psychology doesn't exist. You just are what you are at birth, and then nothing changes. I want grilled cheese now. Me too. Me too. How many cheeses on your sandwich? I don't make myself grilled cheese sandwiches, dude. I've been trying to lose weight, man. That shit is very calorically dense. I'm sorry. I'll have it if I go to a restaurant, but when I'm eating at home, I'm eating like air fried chicken and yogurt. You can make a grilled cheese healthy. The woke left will try to convince you that you can make a grilled cheese healthy. Folks, I'm really sorry to tell you, no. You can't. How do you curb cravings? Eat potatoes. I'm going to read donos, and the woke left can't stop me. Cats on Meth with a tier 1 sub. Buy unshredded cheese and use a cheese grater to preserve flavor. This is actually from before the stream, so it's very pointed now. That is definitely true, yeah. Pre-grated cheese tastes like shit compared to fresh grated. Zablaze, Jojo Mojo, and Snepian, thank you for the tier 1 subs all. Really appreciate that. I've been on TikTok too much. How much do you think Harris's pro-Israel actions will affect polls? I mean, it's... don't get your news from TikTok, man. Well, I ended up doing a whole segment about that, so, you know, I kind of covered that issue. Shivers, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate that. My sister and brother-in-law are kids and are Trump supporters. The childless people should pay more in taxes. Comment has them switching to Harris's camp. Nice! Happy to hear that. Yeah, it turns out that, like, J.D. Vance's strategy of being a creepy, hateful loser who just spreads weirdo incel talking points is not actually crazy effective, you know? Teletech and Jun Sesulik, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. I really appreciate that. And nice. I'm glad that you appreciate both the stupidity of and importance of politics, Jun. Appalachian Anarchist, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Really appreciate that. Best Appalachian dig on Vance. He can get his sausage gravy from a can. Doesn't get more carpetbagger than that. Well, I'm sorry. For that one. There, that's a real knee slapper right there. What do you want from me, man? I believe you. Skynet, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Yeah, Obama endorsed Kamala, probably earlier than he wanted to, but, you know. Emerald Wolf and the Rose, thank you for the 5 both. Really appreciate that. What you say is honestly true, but it's hard to get past the mental blocks that I've put up because people are always less interesting than what I'm currently fixated on. That's because you're selfish. Like, genuinely, you don't really care what they have to say or what they have to offer. That's because you're just kind of like locked in on the shit you're focusing on. That's a personality defect, and I think that you should work on that a little bit. You need to be less self-centered, you know? Don't talk to people as part of like a process of telling them what you're thinking, you know? Don't get into a conversation with a thing in your mind about what you want to say. You have to revel in their lives, what they're interested in, you know, their experiences too. And not being able to do that is definitionally selfishness, you know? The world is a lot more interesting than you give it credit for. You have to give them a chance to surprise you, though. You know? You're kind of like a person who's only ever had chicken nuggets with ketchup, and then people start, like, they're trying to, like, introduce you to new foods, and you're like, no! Nothing compares to my chicken nuggets and ketchup. And it's like, man, you're not giving it a chance. Socialist Satyr, worker co-ops are still a corporate structure. They're not like, there are still like ways of allocating responsibility to the corporation rather than to like the people within it. Damages don't necessarily come out of everyone's pay, nor legal liability. Not a bad idea then, Annie. Vosh sniffling gives me malevolent ASMR. I need you to understand that for every hour of me streaming, every time I talk or fucking breathe or whatever, I can feel my sinuses jiggling. It's super fucking annoying. Unfortunately, I don't think Flonase is working, so we might have to go to a different solution there. Can't I just be an introvert without being told I'm a bad person? When did I say introverts are bad people? I said introverts don't exist. Damn, you're still sick. It's not being sick. It's having a sniffly nose. Yeah.
bottom, you saw the stadium and the.
Gotcha, Anonymous. I've got fluticasone propionate that does a great job of stopping my mucus flow. Dead hold single spray. Okay, what is that shit? A corticosteroid medication. Wait, isn't that the same as Flonase? I think so. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the same. No, Flonase is fluticasone furoate. Furoate? It's a glucocorticoid. Fucking fancy ass terms. Not a fluticasone. Fluticasone? No, wait, that is what it is. No, wait, it's not what it is. Yes, it is what it is. Yes. Fluticasone nasal spray versus fluticasone propionate. What is propionate then? Flonase can take a week or two to really start working. I don't believe in that bullshit, dude. I don't believe in your pharma company bullshit that, oh, yeah, you're sniffly. You just need to take a drug every day for the rest of your life. I just want it done, man. Sinus massages? I don't believe in that either. I'm not taking this insulin thing every day, unironically. There are neti pots, but those suck to use, but they're effective as shit. Don't have a sentence with two butts in it, okay? One butt is enough. Also, I don't think that's it. Why do I even have the issue to begin with? It's not pseudoscience. It's just forcing the mucus to drain out so you don't have a stuffy nose. Yeah, but then there will just be more mucus because it makes more mucus. Do you take a daily allergy medication in addition to Flonase spray? Are you, like, unironically a fucking advertiser for Big Pharma? Do you have any idea how expensive that shit is? Flonase plus fucking Allegra or whatever? What are you talking about? Maybe get insurance then, retard? Yeah, insurance doesn't help you buying Allegra from the fucking drugstore, retard. Also, I don't like taking drugs. I'm high on life. Dutsy, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Please stop subtly sniffling. It's giving me malevolent ASMR. Oh, you donated this a while ago. What do you want me to do, man? I love Ducky's the 5. I know this is an election cycle, but I really miss your male mental health positivity stuff. Well, I mean, I just talked about, like, getting out there, like, right, like, today, I guess, you know. I think that fits. Dead Raccoon, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Based in Coconut Pilled, agreed. Too Toxic, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Thank you for the kind words. I really appreciate that. And Fantasy George, thank you for the $10. Pharmacist here. Vosh is so right about Ozempic. Right again. It's always out of stock for my diabetic patients, and so many diet doctors give it to people without guidance. Yeah. Because it gets results. Do you use spray deodorant? I don't have to use deodorant at all. I just naturally smell really good. Thank you. I had allergy symptoms like you that were fixed with prescription albuterol. This is about lungs, not the sinuses. And I've had albuterol before. I think I might have some left over right here. They're all connected, though? No, no, no. Here. This is the issue, okay? You guys don't get it twisted, okay? So here's me. Okay, let me just accurately draw. Hold on. Okay, let me just... Okay, let me just... Huh? Let me just... Huh? Why is it small now? How do I make it larger? What? Stop. Okay, we got it. Let me just... Let me just... accurately... Okay. All right, we're almost done. Okay. We're almost... Okay, nice. No. Connect there. Okay. Oh, wait. No. And this. And right. Okay, anyway. So the point I was making is that my issue is more like in the here region. You know, like right behind the nose. Anyway, that's it. So if that helps anyone with the, you know, like the diagnosis, I guess. What a shitty bit. Fuck you. You go back to clown college. Get your fucking your graduate, and then you can criticize me. So post nasal drip, yes. It's really annoying, man. Mucinex and Allegra have worked the best for me for allergy symptoms. Nah, that's pussy shit is the problem. Okay, hold on. Let's go down these, okay? A humidifier or steam inhalation, as during a hot shower. This will not fix it because I take a hot shower right before streaming. And like if it's the kind of issue for which like immediately after stream or after the shower it's a problem again, then it's not a real solution. Keeping well hydrated, yeah. Sleep on propped up pillows, yeah. Nasal irrigation, that's like the neti pot shit, yeah. I don't believe in any of this. If the back of my if the post-nasal drip isn't an issue when I'm in the shower, but is right after, then anything that just clears it isn't going to be a solution. An oral decongestant like Sudafed. What is Sudafed in again? Meth? Oh yeah, true. Seriously, if it's a problem, why don't you see a doctor about it? Do you live in America? Have you ever talked to a doctor? I rest my case. Try this thing. Right thumb on cheek. No, no, no. None of this pussy shit, okay? Everyone wants you to think that, oh, if you do a handstand and you do a little spin, then it'll fix it. No. I don't even have I don't have a deviated septum. You know why I know that? Because if I had a deviated septum, I would be dysgenic. Albuterol 2 puffs every 6 hours. Or do you all just live on drugs all the time? Jesus, man. Yeah, here's your fucking like litany of medicines that you're supposed to take every day now for a simple basic thing like not warbling when you breathe. Have you tried Coke? Not yet. Okay. A nasal decongestant such as oxymetazoline, which constricts blood vessels. Such medication should only be taken for a day or two. Okay, so that's not viable, obviously. Antihistamine, gay. Where's Flonase in all this? That's a steroid. Oxymetazoline. The viewers who hated the Bosch fashion arc are going to lose this. But I just want to, like, fix it. What about prescription? A nasal steroid spray, such as beclomethasone, Becanase, or Nasacort. Okay, why isn't Flonase any of the recommended options? What category does this fit in? Harvard hates Flonase. What are you talking about? So wait, none of you are answering. Which category does it fit in? Is it like a nasal steroid spray? Like this? It's just like a non-prescription nasal steroid spray? And then what's this? Atrovent. What the fuck is Atrovent? Prescription maintenance treatment for bronchospasm, airway narrowing in patients with chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. What? This is a lot. This is too much. I think this is for like a different kind of disease. Yeah. And is Nasacort different from Flonase? Are both over-the-counter... Wait, they're over-the-counter. Why is this saying prescription? Both over-the-counter corticosteroid nasal sprays that treat nasal allergy symptoms. Both effective, minimal side effects, can be used once a day for 24 hours. Oh, I've been using Flonase way more than once every 24 hours. Well, that's your problem? Yeah, my problem is that that shit don't work. Okay, so this is like the same shit. Is your sniffle alleviated when you take off your glasses? It's not a sniffle like my nose is clear. It's like all the goop is like back in the sinuses. Neti pot, bro? That's like I've got goblins that are unmaking my bed every day, and you're like, we'll just make the bed. I don't, you know, we're talking like a fundamental issue here, okay? You have 7 days to live. It's not even that big of an issue. It just makes me not want to talk as much. It's usually only an issue on stream too. Do you feel pressure in your sinuses? Nah, I don't really feel pressure. See an ENT? Why don't you see a doctor? Because I don't trust doctors. Do you? Yes? Okay. All right. We're all trans women, so we have to trust them? No, you don't. You're like 50% chance your doctor's giving you too low of a dose. You know, trans women will like finally get listened to by a doctor, and the doctor will be like, yeah, here's like 1 microgram of estrogen, and here's your androgen blockers. If you feel terrible, you know, and never transition like biologically, then there you go, you know? Vosh scared of doctors. I'm not scared of them. They're just fucking idiots. You have white coat syndrome or something? Okay, who amongst us can honestly say they have not had an interaction with a doctor where they felt completely bowled over, none of their concerns were listened to, and then they had to pay $400? Like, or they weren't, or they get really fixated on one potential solution because they like run down a road, you know, and they don't want to deviate from it or whatever. That happens to every job, though. I guess I just don't interact with that level of service work that often. That doesn't mean it's true for all interactions. Yeah, but it does mean it's a hassle. Jesus, orangutan Kiwi, I'm sorry. Unironically, feelings over facts, homie. Your anecdotes don't equal data. What are you talking about? Me disliking doctors doesn't have to be a data-driven decision. That's not how that works. Last time I saw a doctor for my sinuses, he stuck a camera up my nostril and said, try a humidifier, and charged me $500. Exactly, Nessie. That's what I'm talking about. Why don't we just go down the potential solutions, okay? Why don't we just, you know? We can figure this out. What's your average doctor? You know? Fucking moron? We can do this. Take a saline spray, check the... Okay, Zeldrich, you don't need to be overly confident when you're wrong. Saline spray doesn't work. Again, it's post-nasal drip. How is a saline spray going to work? It's a spray, though. It doesn't go that far in. It doesn't do it. You dislike privately hired, profit-driven doctors as a whole. Try flying to the UK every year. Why are you making this a British versus America thing? Are you kidding me? I've got a sniffly nose, and people in chat are fucking dissecting my unwillingness to pay $500 for some moron to tell me that I should try, like, yeah, buying a humidifier, okay? Come on. It doesn't go that far in. It should thin the music. Okay. There is a fundamental problem here that is leading to the mucus being an issue. It's either the overproduction of mucus, or the tubes being too tight. Stroke? Yeah, it's getting to me. Depriving my brain of blood. Okay, so what haven't we tried? We haven't tried oral decongestant or Mucinex. We haven't tried these. Are these things you can take indefinitely? Vosh, do you have insurance? I don't believe in insurance. Thank you. So allergies? But I've taken anti-allergens before, and I don't think it did anything. Also, anti-allergens are too expensive. Chat alternating between, like, there's nothing you can do, you need surgery, and just use a neti pot, dumbass. Allergy shots are the most permanent fix. Unless it's not allergies. Neganova, it's not that. This has been a consistent issue for years. You recommend metholatum to get you through the moment measure. But I don't want anything to get me through the moment. Chest rub ointment. No. We ain't doing that shit. Time to, you know, I need to talk for a while. Time to rub garlic all over me. No. Mucinex has been shown to not be effective. What? Pseudoephedrine? Okay, so you're saying Mucinex is gay and blue-pilled, but Sudafed is red-pilled? Is that what I'm hearing? Mucinex gave me diarrhea. Okay. It's also a red pill? If you take Adderall, you can't use Sudafed? What? Oh, shit. People should not take Sudafed with Adderall because it may change how... Damn it, they have an interaction. Increase blood pressure and heart rate. Gay. They're both meth, bro? Yeah, that's true. You guys are so annoying. Okay. So... Doesn't work. Gay. Can't do. Doesn't work. Haven't tried this in a while, and there's a million different kinds of anti-allergens. Can't do this long term. No. Oh, I was pissed when I read that alcohol doesn't mix well with Adderall. It's fine. Room humidifiers run about 80 to 100 if you want to just skip the thing the ENT doc will tell you, which is try a nasal spray, take an allergy med daily, or use a room humidifier. There really is, it is genuinely incredible how much I fucking hate doctors. You should try this, works while sick, then when you're no longer sick, you don't need to. It's not sickness. It is a permanent post-nasal drip. It is? No, don't tell me what it is. It's not their fault. There's not a magic solution, though. I'd say it's their fault. I'd say they should just do magic. I would prefer that, yeah. You can also try to get an air filter. Well, that would only be the problem if it was allergies, but we don't know if it's allergies. Yeah, I know, Masagui, you already said that like 50 times. Sublimaze works good. Didn't we talk about that? Controlled substance, high risk for addiction and codependence. A narcotic to treat severe pain. What the fuck are you recommending me? I'm telling you it's either hydration or allergies. I'm telling you it's hydration. Use a saline. Trust me, hydration's not an issue, okay? And then drink excess water. It's serious that easy. Why do you... Here, hold on. This is the thing that bothers me a little bit, okay? Why act like this? Are you that confident? Like, what warrants this confidence? This is the first time you've chatted since November 2023. What warrants this level of confidence, you know? I've had the same problems. You know damn well medicine doesn't work that way. Use a saline spray. I literally used a saline spray right before stream started today. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't even reach the parts of my sinuses that feel like they need to be reached. I've had PND in my... What's PND? What does that mean? Pseudoephedrine works well. What are you talking about? But because of the ADHD thing, you can only use it when you really need it. No, that doesn't work. Post-nasal drip. Gotcha. It does. I had chronic sinus infection and it got rid of it. But I don't have a sinus infection. It's a different thing. Bro refuses to see a doctor, then gets mad when his Twitch chat doesn't know the solution. Ah, but I've caught you in an error, for this is not Twitch chat. This is VGG. You idiot, you buffoon. Now I get to ignore the rest of your completely correct point. Huh. Have you looked up nasal polyps? It's not nasal polyps. You can develop allergies to your environment, such as cat dander. Happened to me. Yes, I am familiar with what neti pots are. Does the drip still happen if you take a cold shower before stream? I'm not taking cold showers before stream. It only goes away when I'm in a hot shower, like because of all the humidity, but then the problem comes back right after. So that's why I'm saying the nasal irrigation shit ain't shit. Because if all the steam and what have you from the shower, like, clears up my sinuses, but then it's back an hour later. It's like, what do you think I'm doing? Like, I'm bringing like a neti pot to the restaurant so that I can go into the bathroom and snort some fucking salt water, like to clear my sinuses every hour? Like, fuck off with that. Clearly, it's not like a clearing thing. You know, you should be that guy. I mean, maybe it would work. Yeah. Hello, Nose Fixer 90. Could be your area just needs good dusting and vacuuming. Well, that would be an allergy thing, but it's not that because it's been a consistent issue whether or not I vacuum and so on and so forth. Dumbass, that's steam. It's not actually doing anything. Steam, steam humidifiers and nasal irrigation all do the same basic thing, which is through moisture and warmth, they break up the gunk in the sinuses. That's the point of what they do. Fundamentally, they're all doing the same basic thing. They're all approaching from the same perspective. You should try the humidifier. You're not listening to me, man. You're not listening to me. If I can have a warm shower and feel good, but then exit the shower and an hour later be sniffly again, I'm not Darth Vader. We're not building a dome that permanently humidifies the air around my head, okay? The point is to regularly do that. It helps in the long term. No. Is it only in your house that this happens? No. No, it's not, and it's an issue everywhere, so shut up. Deviated septum symptoms. Difficulty breathing out of one or both nostrils, headaches, face pain, nasal congestion, noisy breathing, nosebleeds, chronic sinusitis, snoring. Nah, this is dumb. I don't believe in this. This is one of those things where it's like you're reading WebMD and anyone can have anything. You know, oh, I've had like moments of itchy skin patches. I have cancer. Fuck you. I don't believe in it. Is that true, Thana? That makes it all the more weird that they immediately crack down on it like that. Effective GERD. Yeah, I do have GERD. Not this. You are pregnant. You can determine solutions here. Yeah, I know. We looked at this before, like this literal article link or whatever. How is postnasal drip treated? Allergies. Deviated septum. Gay. Bacterial infections. It's not that. GERD. That can be a factor, but, you know, since I lost weight, it's been fine. Cetirizine? They're making all kinds of stupid fucking... Oh, this is an antihistamine, I see. Watery eyes, runny nose, itching eyes, nose, sneezing, hives, and itching. Why'd you repeat that so many times? What the fuck? Also, does this shit do the post-nasal drip thing? Like, what are the odds of allergies causing post-nasal drip, but not just making you sneeze a bunch? Because I don't have itchy eyes. I'm not sneezing, you know? High? Extremely high, you literally live in the PNW and have cats? What does the PNW have to do with it? Sorry if I missed your answer to this, but is this year-round? Yes, this is year-round. When is it the worst? I don't fucking know. Don't take cetirizine, it makes you drowsy. I fell asleep during my uni exams because I overdosed. Well, I am a different kind of guy, but getcha. How long do you remember having it? I don't know, man. You're gonna hate me for it. Probably sometime after we got Artemy. Yeah, it might be an allergy thing. But there's so many allergy meds. Don't I have allergy meds? It's him. Not at present. I take Astapro because it doesn't make my nose bleed. Happy birthday, Mark the Dark. Is it worse during summer? I'm not keeping a chart, man. HEPA filter and vacuum regularly? I don't believe in that. I just want a red button that I can press that makes it not a problem. That would be a gun. What color is your mucus? Is it clear or dark in color? It's all in the back. You know how I blow my nose constantly? Like while streaming? Like I blow my nose an auspicious amount? It ain't doing shit. Nothing comes out when I do that. I'm just trying to dislodge the gunk in the back of my sinuses. Like I'm puncturing veils of snot fucking 6 inches back so I can talk normally and not nasally. It's not all in the front of the nose. Don't do that. What the fuck do you mean don't do that? You have sinus inflammation. The entire system back there is red and puffy. How would you know that? Exactly. In ENT, you can do an allergy test against all local allergens. That sounds like it costs money. I could buy one t-shirt with the amount of money it would cost me to do that. Blowing your nose makes it worse. All right, okay, fucking smart guy. Well, I can tell you as the person who is in fact me, he is him, that it does not make it worse. It actually makes it better. Okay, here's the AI summary of what we've been talking about from YouTube. Viewers are expressing their opinion that on Vosh and his current sickness. They suggest that it might be allergies or a deviated sense from, well, Vosh thinks he knows better than the doctor. All 'Cause 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 ' Actual AIW. Blowing your nose makes it worse if you do both nostrils at a time. I do it one nostril at a time, like a good American. Nobody actually blows both their nostrils at once. Or if they do, I don't understand it. I've only ever blown one nostril at a time. What are you doing when you blow two nostrils at once? Honking? What are you doing? Ridiculous. Kids do? Well, kids are fucking idiots. They're stupid. No, Thana. Something tells me that I'm not going to today. How do you blow only one nostril? Now you could do it. Like that, see? You hold the other one closed. Alien shatter. They're like writing down notes. Oh, I'm a dumbass, thank you. We love it when they admit it. Boss just changed some guy's life. God damn it. Okay, what? So it's just allergies then? Immunotherapy with allergy shots or drops under your tongue may be a good remedy for the condition. I don't want to make a doctor's appointment. Okay, guys. Which antihistamines are the best? Loratadine, man, I swear. It's really person dependent? That's gay. Used to temporarily relieve the symptoms of hay fever. That's not an anti-allergen. Oh wait, yes it is. Desloratadine is better than Okay, all right. This diagnosis by Chad is lunatic behavior. Just trying to make everyone feel involved, okay? Is that so wrong? Jesus Christ, it's almost 3. Okay. Now I don't even want to read the donos because my nose is stuffed up. See, the reason I'm talking about it is because I'm thinking about it. Get some fucking health insurance? Yeah, you fucking... All right, coming from a white name, you pay for it. I got vaxxed for dust mites and it was life-changing. Seriously? What do you do to get vaxxed from allergies? You just get allergy shots, right? You just go to like an allergy doctor? Seattle allergy doctor. Can I get this done in like 5 minutes? Wow, these are some low-rated allergy and immunology clinics. Maybe I could go up to UW. Allergy shots take years? Well, then I don't want to do it. That's ridiculous. Years? Look, I'll buy one of everything, okay? I'll buy one of everything and I'll try it all at once. Benadryl allergy plus congestion? There are too many medicines. I think there should be fewer medicines. Check this link after stream. I'm not doing the goofy ass nose thing. And I'm never trusting a doctor who's bald. You're so good at medicine. Why'd you lose your hair? Is what I'm thinking. Usually need to be on a given medication before they kick in. I don't believe in that either. I think it should just work immediately. Fix your post-nasal drip by taking by Kamala Harris. Hormone therapy known as anti-estrogen, a treatment for prostate cancer. I see your game. You motherfuckers always trying to come at me. Always trying to get me to cut my dick and balls off. You're not doing it. Can I fix your post-nasal drip by getting a tier 4 sub? If I ever do fix this problem, it's over for you motherfuckers. I wonder if I really didn't have it back before I had the cats. I don't know. I mean, who could know? It's just been like an omnipresent feature of my life for years and years. How long has it gone back? Maybe it's been forever. Who knows? I don't know. I don't think I had it back in Humboldt. It could be nasal polyps. That's too dorky. It can't be nasal polyps. It's too dorky. Sounds too dorky. Sounds stupid. Did you have it on your New York trip? I'm pretty sure that I did, but I was only there for like 2 days. It's possible that the very high humidity of New York might have alleviated it, but I don't want to turn my fucking studio with my computer equipment into a permanent humidity hotbox, and then every time I go out to see and fuck my beautiful partner, I'm like, yeah, sorry, I've been used to the humidity of my controlled environment, sounding like Zizek out there, like, or Darth Vader removed from his fucking helmet. Like, no, the solution needs to come from within. Okay, right here. I don't have a runny nose, Sanguine Sasha. It's all back here, not... Steroid nasal sprays or salt water. Man, I gotta stop talking with Chad about this. Isn't Seattle very humid? No, Seattle's quite dry, actually. Oh, this has drained all the energy from me. If only it could drain the back of my sinuses. Anyway, we'll do more politics tomorrow. I guess this is when I would close it now anyway, but I'll just do the rest of the donos tomorrow. I love you all very much. I've had a delightful time. I regret nothing, by the way. You know, some people are thinking, oh, he bit off more than he can chew. Oh, you know, he regrets all this. I don't regret a thing. Thank you. I'm going to send you guys over to Dara. So take care. I love you all, and I'll see you tomorrow. Okay? And I'll read the donos tomorrow as well. Thank you. Yes, chef.